guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Attorney General Merrick Garland is filing a motion to unseal the search warrant used to raid former President Trump's home.
The search warrant was authorized by a federal court upon the required finding of probable cause.
The former president's home in Palm Beach, Florida, was raided earlier this week by FBI agents over possible classified documents that were taken from the White House when he left office. Mortgage rates are back above 5%. Freddie Mac says the average 30-year fixed mortgage is at 5.22%. In June, rates surpassed 5.8%. The Producer Price Index fell to 9.8% over the last year for the month, below analyst predictions. Compared with June, the index fell 0.5%, the first decline in more than 2 years. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The FDA is recommending people testing themselves for COVID at home take a second test within 48 hours because the at-home tests are less likely to detect the virus than PCR tests are. The FDA making that recommendation to rule out false negatives. The FDA noting at-home tests are authorized for repeat use, It added people should use multiple tests over 2 to 3 days, especially if they don't have any symptoms. The CDC also updating COVID guidelines. Those exposed to COVID but don't get infected don't have to quarantine under the new guidelines. The agency is also moving away from social distancing recommendations. Mark Cuban is accused of being involved in a crypto Ponzi scheme. A class action lawsuit claims Cuban and Voyager Digital CEO Stephen Erlach duped Americans into buying over $5 billion in crypto assets last year. USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
An investigation continues into a home explosion.
3 people have died and at least 39 homes were damaged after an explosion in Evansville, Indiana. Fire Department Chief Mike Connolly confirmed there could be other victims. We've not completed our search. Connolly said the gas utility was quick to respond.
Immediately after the blast occurred, CenterPoint arrived and made the scene safe. There was no detection of gas. They're restoring service now as the circuits are safe.
For the USA Radio News Gulf Coast Bureau, I'm Tony Maruso.
Lots of questions remain after the FBI raid of former President Donald Trump's home.
The FBI raid on President Trump's Florida home by heavily armed FBI agents and the silence by Justice Leaders Garland and Wray have many viewing the raid as a weaponized branch of the government. Trump attorney Lindsay Halligan on Fox News.
What the FBI did was an appalling display of abuse of power. All documents requested were previously handed over. President Trump and his team painstakingly reviewed every single document at Mar-a-Lago and gave the government what they requested.
Lance Pride reporting from the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau. A federal judge says Walgreens contributed to San Francisco's opioid crisis. The ruling handed down Wednesday says Walgreens dispensed hundreds of thousands of what he called red flag opioid prescriptions. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, there's our cue. Let's get her started here on a Friday. Yeah, working our way into the 12th day of August. There you go, second weekend of August coming on here. What's going on? What's going on? Lots to cover, man. Lots of updates. The whole plot thickens. the raid of Mar-a-Lago. You heard that the Attorney General did finally speak out this past day and said, yep, I signed off on it. I gave him the thumbs up. Go on in, see what you can dig up or plant or whatever. It's all the updates coming up here. Meanwhile, welcome aboard as we're set to roll. OvernightDriveRadio.com. On your smartphone, iPhone, Android, just type in Overnight Drive. Download the app, listen for free. All your streaming devices, internet, podcast, you name it. Hello to our friends tuned in maybe via TNC or Radio.live. Headquartered Houston, Texas. Pretty much the same scenario. TNC, Radio.live. Thousands of listening devices all around the world. Moon shining bright outside the secret bunker tonight. Looking at 72 degrees outside the secret bunker at this hour. Another comfortable night. Low humidity. Little bit of cloud cover here and there. But we've got, the full moon. Officially, full moon shining bright. Just to the north, almost due north, just a little bit to the left. You see that star right above the moon? That's actually not a star, that's Saturn. Not shining as bright because you got all the moonlight out there. Jupiter is up shining bright tonight. And as the case has been through much of, June and all of July, as the night progresses, you'll continue to see, Mars comes into view, and eventually Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, the full moon, all out there tonight, all coinciding with the peak of the Perseid meteor shower tonight. One of the most reliable meteor showers throughout the year. It's the last meteor shower here officially for summertime. I don't think the Perseids are quite as notorious for producing, what do they call them? The really bright shooting stars. Most of them are really fast, pretty dim with all the moonlight tonight. Not fireballs. That's the word I was thinking. Not many fireballs, long-lived, where you can see them for several seconds. Most of these Perseids, if you're not looking, just like that, flash of an eye, in and out they go. And of course, with all the moonlight tonight, they're kind of alluding to the fact that you'll want to look toward areas of the sky that doesn't have nearly as much moonlight. But nonetheless, it's a long-lasting meteor shower. You started seeing early Perseids in late July. You've maybe seen some in recent days in the first days of August. But again, technically the peak of the Perseid tonight, 60 to 100 meteors per hour. On a good year, you won't see nearly as many with all the moonlight, the interference of the moon tonight. But if you've got clear skies, especially if you can get away from the city lights, for those that live out in the country, maybe like, who's that? Always Moving, loves to get out there and stare up at the heavens and catch some of the shooting stars, away from the city lights, out in the country where you can see a whole heck of a lot more. But noticing the relief from the heat, all right, for our friends along the eastern seaboard, you should be feeling a bit more comfortable tonight, as earlier this week, first half of the week, actually still we're dealing with the stifling heat and humidity in the Northeast. Cold front began pushing through on Wednesday, continued this past day. The cool down that causes this should start in the Midwest in New England, expanding southward on through Friday and into the weekend as well. We'll even see some relief into the deep south, not quite as much as we're looking at from the Great Lakes to the Ohio Valley, but afternoon highs here on Friday, probably as much as 20 degrees lower compared to your afternoon highs you saw earlier this week. Unlike some cool stretches in the summer that fade pretty quick, below normal temperatures are going to probably stick around through the end of the week for many areas, through the weekend, and maybe into early next week. Boston, finally some relief, right? Your 6-day heat wave comes to an end after you reached at least 95 degrees every day through Thursday of August 4th. through Tuesday, August 9th. Now, with the passage of the cold front in Boston, temperatures as we head into the weekend, you'll be looking at highs in the 70s, almost like a little taste of fall. Those would be more typical of early September, as a matter of fact, so below normal. Yeah, the sweltering start to the month made the first 8 days in Boston, the hottest start to the month of August in that city that they had ever recorded. On down to New York City, the cooling trend started midweek Wednesday after a high of 97 on Tuesday. You're in the mid-80s on Wednesday. Upper 70s and lower 80s will be your forecast high for the upcoming weekend here. Maybe a chance to get outdoors and enjoy some outdoor activity without having to worry about heat exhaustion. Those mild afternoons will undoubtedly be followed by some cool overnight lows. We'll be talking 50s and 60s across much of New England, the Mid-Atlantic, the Great Lakes and the Ohio Valley zones, the traditionally chilly spots in the central and northern Appalachians. You'll probably see a couple of nights where you drop into the 40s, believe it or not. True September fashion, despite the fact that it's only the 12th day of August. You may want to leave your window open at night. Let some of that refreshing air come in. Give the AC a break to keep the indoor areas cool. Temperatures will dip to their lowest levels in over a month or more for some areas. Pittsburgh, you'll probably have your coolest night since about mid-June, as a matter of fact. Temperatures are going to dip into the low 50s by Friday night there. By late this weekend, the cool down continues to press further south, even reaching into parts of the southeast. Not only will the air temperature take a tumble, but you will notice the humidity. That's going to take a nosedive, much more refreshing. Yeah, the lower dew point's going to settle in across much of North Carolina, South Carolina, and Tennessee. As we start the weekend, it will be more comfortable to spend time outdoors. This lower humidity may even reach Atlanta, giving residents a fleeting taste of fall before the summer heat and humidity does. You're not done with summer yet. You get a cool off over the weekend, but the heat will return in places like Atlanta later this week. As this pattern evolves, though, the potential for waterspouts to form will increase over the Great Lakes early next week. In this case, the cool air is going to be passing over the warm waters of the lakes. That leads to towering clouds and the swirls of wind, which, again, from time to time, leads to waterspouts. Meanwhile, flip side of the coin, just the opposite's going to be beginning to take place for our friends out in the Pacific Northwest. Another heat wave appears to be in the works. Not only will temperatures have the potential to approach levels we saw late last month, but the surging heat and widespread dry landscape could bring a pretty significant uptick in wildfire activity. An upcoming, what they're forecasting to be a prolonged heat wave for the Northwest next week could rival temperatures reached in some areas that we saw back in late July. Temperatures are projected to surge from 5 to 10 degrees above average early next week, eventually up to maybe 20 degrees or more above average, probably about the middle of next week. The extreme heat will last until probably Saturday west of the Cascades, could persist longer across the interior Northwest. Now, when we say Saturday, we're not talking this Saturday, talking a full week and a day away. Now, this time of year, typical highs would be upper 70s around the Washington and Oregon coast, mid-80s over eastern Washington, low to mid-90s over eastern Oregon and the valleys of Idaho. Many daily record highs for mid-August range from the mid-90s to the lower 100s in parts of the Northeast. And that might be out of reach. We're going to be looking at maybe some records that could be toppled. Record high of 88 for Seattle and 99 for Portland as we look ahead toward August the 18th, about 6 days from now. Yeah, those records are in the books dating back to 1991 and 2016, respectively. But again, widespread high temperatures at or above 100 are likely east of the Cascades to the lower western slopes of the Rockies for at least several days later next week. So again, while we get the cool down in the east, gearing up for another heat wave for our friends there out west. On board, Colton, first out of the box there via his YouTube channel tonight. Hey there, Colton. Hello from Todd, checking in from Janesville, Wisconsin tonight with a comfortable 63 degrees. The supermoon shining big and beautiful tonight. Heat wave on board, morning from just outside of Wells, Nevada. Just getting ready to start my day. So sounds like heat wave will be with us again through the overnight hours tonight. Little break from the daytime driving there. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drive listeners. Weather's supposed to drop to 60 tonight here in Winchester, Virginia. It'll sure be welcomed, though. Hey, it's Friday. Everybody, get ready to enjoy your weekend. There's Gerald checking in from Cape Girardeau, Missouri, with 72 degrees outside right now. TGIF. Everybody be safe out there and drink it if you got it. Philly Dan. Hello, Philly Dan. Did you see the trailer at the TA in Paulsboro, New Jersey, that was leaking a chemical? It wasn't leaking, it was venting, was the word, venting. Supposedly doing what it was supposed to do. The tanker was doing what it was designed to do. But yeah, it was producing, we touched on that on last night's program, kind of a rotten egg kind of smell that was nauseating a lot of people. Now, Philly Dan said, I was actually 12 miles from there, and I could smell it. Wow. So a pretty broad area. Supposedly, they got that thing. They were supposed to wait for the venting to stop, and I'm not sure if they got it moved yet or not. All right, hello to Pappy, 68 here in Harrison, Ohio. Full moon with a meteor shower tonight. Saddle up, let it roll. Hello to Zorro. Richard checks in from Central Florida with 75 degrees tonight. Hello, Steve, all the listeners. Colton, have you started school yet? High pressure pumping. Let's roll. There's James with 74 degrees in Kennesaw, Georgia tonight, as I work to keep my hungry Uber Eats customers fed. They all want Taco Bell tonight. What's the deal? Okay, Taco Bell, right? There you go. Thank you, James. 5-7 on board. Coffee, 2 blueberry pies, and I'm ready to roll. 5-7, copy the mail. Hello from the Michigan Madman. Good afternoon. There's Larry, of course, all hammered down and be safe. Nice 68 degrees in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Timothy's on board. Get to sleep in today. Daughter's home, so she gets to get the girls off to school. See, some kids are already back in school. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners, 67 and clear in Boones Mill, Virginia. Beautiful full moon tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, there's his daughter, Bolt, checking in right behind with 66 in Kaiser, West Virginia. I wasn't on last night because I unexpectedly adopted a new kitten. Found it in the road. I'm taking care of it right now. All right. Thanks for being kind to the animals, Bolt, right? Some people do have a soft heart, right? Hello to Deborah. Morning, Steve. It's a beautiful night here in Indiana. Hope everybody stays safe out there, especially my special Walmart driver. Have a fabulous Friday, everybody. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. There's Heavy D on board. Yeah, we'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here, and, of course, to your calls on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, before we get to your calls, let's jump on over to one of the other breaking stories over the past day. Of course, we knew after the raid on Monday that I told you at the time, they're going to be talking about this for days and weeks, who knows how long. As more information is released on a fairly regular basis, they still have not yet unsealed the actual warrant. But as I mentioned, Garland came out admitting, I signed up on it. I gave him the go-ahead to do the raid. And he also said he's working on getting it unsealed, apparently, so how soon that'll be taking place. It could happen today, for all we know. Meanwhile, I think it was in our conversation with Pappy last evening, we were talking, part of the discussion, hearing in some of the news reports, and there was one representative that they were highlighting her comments through last night's news updates about hearing this rhetoric insinuating violence against the FBI. And I hadn't heard such discussion, but Pappy mentioned something along the lines of, all it takes is somebody that's mentally unstable, some whack job to do something stupid. And that appears to be what unfolded this past day. We'll tell you what we have on that first. Meanwhile, you've got the FBI director. I mean, rightfully so. There's many millions of people in this country who have lost all respect and confidence in the FBI. Not just based on Monday's raid in Mar-a-Lago, but based on what has been the last several years of moves by the FBI. Technically, as we touched on last evening, this is going to actually be the third consecutive election that some sort of FBI activity leading up to the election plays a role interfering in elections. So, you've lost your integrity, Ray. Christopher Ray. Attacks on the FBI's integrity erode respect for the rule of law, he says. After an armed man tried to breach the FBI building right here in Cincinnati, following criticism from some Republicans over the raid on Trump's Florida home. So he says, you have to earn respect, Mr. Ray. The FBI by no means has been acting in a manner to garner the respect and the confidence and the trust of the American people. You've done this. He went on to say, unfounded attacks on the integrity of the FBI erode respect for the rule of law and are a grave disservice to the men and women who sacrifice so much to protect others. Well, Mr. Ray, I will tell you, there are many, I'm sure many, good, upstanding, trustworthy members of the FBI. But at the same time, as I just mentioned, you have proven, your track record is proving that there's a whole bunch that aren't. Now, what was the deal in Cincinnati? Supposedly, this guy shows up at the field office, it's only a couple years old, the new field office in Cincinnati. Yeah, my previous job was right next door to that particular building. Guy shows up apparently with a nail gun. We know there's bulletproof glass in these buildings. So he shows up trying, I guess, to breach the glass with a nail gun. Flees the scene. I guess there's a chase up Interstate 71. According to two officials familiar with the matter, the suspect has been identified as Ricky Walter Schiffer. Now, they've already, I guess, unveiled that supposedly this guy was at the U.S. Capitol on January the 6th. Officers fatally shot the suspect after failing to negotiate with him, according to the State Patrol spokesperson. Report is the man raised a gun and officers opened fire. It's not clear whether he fired, according to Dennis, nor is it clear who fired the fatal shot. But nonetheless, he was dead at the scene, which they described as kind of a rural area off of Interstate 71. Now, that Cincinnati field office is right off exit number 12, the 12-mile marker on I-71. I guess the pursuit ended up going up I-71. No officers were injured. Motive is still under investigation, obviously. But the two officials said Schaefer appeared to have posted in recent days about his desire to kill FBI agents after the raid on Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence. Earlier in the day, two law enforcement sources said a man armed with an AR-15 style rifle got inside the FBI building and fired a nail gun toward personnel before fleeing in a vehicle. FBI Cincinnati said in a statement that an armed subject had tried to breach the building's visitor screening facility at about 9:15 this past morning. That breach triggered an alarm. The individual then fled onto the interstate. Authorities closed the highway in both directions due to the standoff, and the Emergency Management Agency in Clinton County confirming. Dennis said that just before 10 a.m., the suspect exited the highway, got out of his car, which was a white Crown Victoria, and opened fire on officers. Officers tried to negotiate with him throughout the day, according to Dennis. After a time, those negotiations failed. In an effort to take him into custody, officers fired what they described less than lethal munitions shortly before 4 o'clock this past afternoon. And I guess that's the point where the suspect raised the gun and lethal munitions were deployed. He was fatally shot. Now, Schiffer, they say, was seen at the Capitol on January 6th. It's not clear whether he was one of those that actually entered the Capitol building. Several people in law enforcement who said they saw him in photos. Schiffer frequently posted about going into the Capitol on his social media account. Now, in the days after the FBI search at Mar-a-Lago, Trump's compound, Schiffer appeared to post multiple times on Trump's social media platform, the Truth Social website. In one comment, he appeared to call on people to prepare for combat. In another comment, his apparent account said users should kill FBI agents on sight. His relatives did not reply for messages seeking comment at this point. Now, Brian Murphy is a former official at the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, who's now an executive at the open source intelligence firm Logically, who said on Wednesday that his company has indeed observed a big rise in threats against FBI personnel and facilities on social media platforms since the raid on Trump's home. Now, we already shared the comments from the FBI director this past day. Violence and threats against law enforcement, including the FBI, are dangerous. This should be deeply concerning to all Americans. Now, I would agree with that wholeheartedly. Yeah, none of this warrants attacks on individuals in any form of law enforcement. It does warrant investigation into what the hell's been unfolding to lead up to this sort of activity. I want the truth, in other words. No one should be advocating any kind of violence. And I said, every day I see the men and women of the FBI doing their jobs professionally with rigor, objectivity, and fierce commitment to our mission of protecting the American people and upholding the Constitution. Again, you can make statements like that, but Mr. Ray, people want the truth. That's what we want. So the sooner you get the information out there, the sooner you clear the air. Transparency is the word the American people deserve. The sooner you get that done, the sooner the threats of violence, I would say, undoubtedly will disappear. Get a news break here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
After 3 days of staying quiet and receiving criticism from lawmakers on Capitol Hill, Attorney General Merrick Garland says a warrant was produced on Monday's federal raid of former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence, in which 15 boxes of documents were reportedly taken.
Copies of both the warrant and the FBI property receipt were provided on the day of the search to the former president's counsel, who was on site during the search. The search warrant was authorized by a federal court upon the required finding of probable cause.
The number of initial jobless claims is up. The newest report from the Labor Department shows the week ending August 6 saw 262,000 initial claims filed. That's up from 248,000 the previous week. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15, decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what do you say? Underway on a Friday, TGIF. Who else we got on board this morning? Hello to Randolph. Hey there you go. Great Lakes Reliance on board. Hello, guys. 63 here in southeastern Michigan tonight. There's Wally of the FBI, the Federal Boomers Investigators. Okay. False flag, all BS, total excrement. Okay. They just had to so conveniently say he was at the Capitol January 6th and posts on Trump's social media platform. Okay, we don't know what to believe. I understand your cynicism, but yeah, he may very well have been. It's amazing how quickly they can find some of this stuff when an event like this. I mean, it hadn't even been barely 12 hours. I mean, they shot him at 4 in the afternoon. We got all this information in like lickety split, huh? All right, it's 844-844-3388. Let me see. Jonathan, I believe, out of the box this morning. Hello, Jonathan.
Hey, Steve. First-time caller, long-time listener. Love the show.
I'm good to hear from you, Jonathan.
Oh, sorry. I thought I had a connection problem.
Yeah.
How you feeling tonight?
I'm feeling just fine. I'll move on down to Horse Feathers. Hey there, you know what's coming next there, right?
Morning, Your Honor. I get to follow that. I haven't been on all week, and I get to follow that. Wonderful. Anyway.
Yeah, you were on hold a time or two last night, but we didn't. I guess you had to drop off.
Yep, in and out of the truck. So I don't know. Been having a couple of short runs through the week here, so trying to get everything back organized there from last week there. So, anyways, the disaster that started. Well, I don't know. I don't know which disaster started which disaster first, but anyways, I got to the truck Friday morning, and the neighbor that parks next to me there, it's bad enough having to park around truck stops. I figure I park in a private lot there, you'd be all right. But yeah, neighbor next to me has to back his trailer into the front end of my truck.
Uh-oh.
So anyways, yeah, so now I've been playing hopscotch, switching trucks, swapping trucks with another driver while my truck's getting a new fender put on it. So anyways, guess it is what it is. But, it's just people don't realize what they do to screw up other people's work and everything. It doesn't take much. And you get an operation like ours here that, your guys got 6 trucks and you take one away because, you can't drive. Well, I don't know. So anyways, he's getting a pretty good education because he's probably got about a $7,000 bill to pay, and he doesn't want to put it through insurance.
Uh-oh, wow.
I've always said education is not free, so it's better to take some extra time and pay attention to what you're doing than it is to screw up.
So you're telling me
anyways,
he's thinking that he wants to pay out of pocket because, if you make a claim for an accident, his insurance would probably go up, but $7,000, that's a little excessive to be paying out of pocket.
Yeah, it depends on what your insurance is. I don't know. I mean, he runs with Progressive, so I don't know if he's got any other claims from other times. Maybe if he doesn't do that, maybe he won't have insurance. His insurance only covers so much for many times.
That's true. Yep.
So. Yep, I don't know his situation and all that. So, but anyway, so yeah, I've been kind of on a limited schedule, and the dog had to have a procedure, so we're still in the middle of taking care of that. So, but he's on the mend and supposed to be coming home tomorrow during the day, middle of the day. So we'll see how all our test results and everything go from there. But other than that, everything's kind of looking good for him. So I think we're on the mend that way too. So I think everything's kind of the dust is starting to settle, and we're going to get back into our normal routine here pretty quick. So, but anyways, there I did hear about the flooding down there on the Capitol Beltway there yesterday. There was Blind Man okay down there, because he's down that Silver Spring area down there where a lot of that deeper water was. So I was just, he kind of crossed my mind when you said that, and so I didn't know if you'd heard from Blind Man at all. Or
he did indeed check in in the final hour there yesterday morning. So yeah, he didn't mention anything about any flooding issues. So he sounded fine.
His nose was still above water, and he wasn't gurgling then when he was talking to you.
Correct.
So, anyways, well, that's good to hear, and but that must have been quite the thing, because I know there's a couple spots there where there's a possibility water could get over that road, but I didn't really realize that that road would be underwater deep enough that actually would be submerging cars there.
They said some areas got 4 inches of rain in 2 hours. It was coming down in buckets. I guess that overwhelmed the drainage systems.
Oh, absolutely. And any little stream or ditch or tributary, I mean, would have just been over its banks immediately. I mean, there's no way it wouldn't. So I don't know. I had a couple things last night, and of course by tonight I always forget. So, but I actually think I got one of the guys I work with there. He's got one of them Dodge. I guess it's not a Dodge anymore. It's just a Ram, and got the Cummins motor in it. And I've told him a couple times there, you ought to look into some supplements or whatever. And I think I finally got him turning the corner there. So where he's gonna put an order in there. And so I was nice there. He's not a regular show listener there because he usually runs in the daytime. So we kind of got him every now and then listening to a podcast when he's not doing other stuff. But I did tell him to make sure he used the code there. So we'll see how he makes out there on his order and what he comes up with. But he actually uses the truck a lot for just short hops back and forth, especially to work and everything. So he's hoping he'll improve it that way a little bit.
Good deal.
But we'll see how it all comes out. And I told him if he called in there to tell him that he worked with horse feathers and be a first time caller for him. So maybe you do something special for him for a first time caller.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, how about a hot shot secret code? Absolutely.
There you go. So, well, anyways, I guess that's my update, and so I don't know if I'll probably won't be around for anybody for regular phone calls tomorrow night there, because as I say, supposed to go up to Philly and bring the dog home tomorrow, so I think I'm off tomorrow night there as far as what the wife was telling me I was going to do. So you got to pay attention to that boss first, right? So, anyways, have yourself a fine weekend, and we'll chat at you later then.
I've already got my instructions laid out by the princess for my Friday. I've already been instructed. You know what I mean? Yeah, back to the real world. There you go. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Hello to Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, with 75 degrees. Hit some scattered showers across I-22 in Mississippi, Alabama. Not all bad. Hey, Big Ed. Big Ed is out on the cruise. I saw him posting some nice photos from the ship. Anyway, I've got to get up early. Got a doctor's appointment in regards to my hip. So everybody have a great night, have a great weekend, and be careful out there. All right, Buckeye Boy, hope everything goes well with the doc there later on this morning. Our number, again, 844-844-3388 on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I actually heard that in the news break, top of the hour. It was Garland trying to say that, we presented a copy of that warrant when the raid occurred, and Trump's lawyer saying that the hell you did. No. Trump Jr. was out this past day also saying there was no copy of the warrant ever presented. So, we're getting conflicting reports, depending on who you talk to. I'll get more on that coming up here. First, let's shift over to something that potentially, kind of wonder, will this impact fuel prices in the coming days? What we've learned is the top Gulf of Mexico oil producer, Shell Oil, has halted production at 3 of its U.S. Gulf of Mexico deepwater platforms after a leak shut pipelines connecting those platforms. A failure of an onshore pipeline junction in Louisiana, it leaked about 2 barrels. All right, no big deal. 2 barrels of oil, according to the executive director of the Greater Laforge Port Commission. Now, Shell said their Mars, Ursa, and Olympus platforms were shut because of the leak. And those 3 are designed to produce up to 410,000 barrels of oil per day combined. We are coordinating with local authorities. We are mobilizing personnel and equipment to assess the situation, from the statement this past day. At this point, no estimate when the pipelines might resume operation. Now, the 3 pipelines, or these 3 platforms rather, deliver what is known as Mars sour crude, a grade, they say, that's prized by oil refiners in the U.S. and Asia. Shell said they're evaluating maybe alternative flow paths to move the oil to shore using other pipelines, maybe. Prices for Mars sour crude strengthened to trade at a 50-cent a barrel discount to U.S. crude futures. The grade has seen volatile trading as it competes with what they call sour barrels being released from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and with, of course, the cut price Russia barrels on the international markets. Now, they say Shell shut their Mars and Amberjack pipelines because of the leak at the onshore booster station. This station helps increase the pipeline pressure and advance the crude oil to the onshore storage facilities there in Clovely, Louisiana. The harbor police chief said there's no sign of vandalism there at the booster station. The amount of oil that leaked, not enough to halt traffic on the waterways or anything. No impact there. I guess the only question is, how quickly can they begin to get that crude moving again? 410,000 barrels per day. Sounds like a lot, but I'm in the big scheme, the big picture of things, what we consume in this country on a daily basis. It's not really a whole lot, but all right, we get a news update just around the corner. Lines available at 844-844-3388. When we get things underway next hour, how about an update on Ab5 California? What's next? Saying that California's Ab5 has created much confusion in the trucking industry would be quite the understatement right about now. Yeah, since the controversial classification back in 2019, Yeah, the state of California hasn't really had much today, mostly silent on how the law would be applied and enforced on the trucking industry. So in an attempt to help the drivers navigate some of this confusion, the OIDA Foundation has produced a video entitled, Where is AB5 Today? It's a pretty thorough explanation what AB5 is all about. The kicker, this ABC test where the number 2 prong is the one that they're concerned may essentially eliminate the leased owner-operator model in the state of California and, of course, elsewhere around the country as other states, when and if they look to pursue similar legislation. There's already several areas that are doing that. So we'll share with you the audio, the breakdown. Where is AB5 today, and what may be next on the horizon with AB5? I just mentioned conflicting information. I just printed up there, as we heard, and we'll probably hear it several more times in the audio clips on the news tonight. Attorney General Merrick Garland claims that former President Trump's attorneys were given copies of the search warrant and the property receipt, and that the attorneys were on site during the FBI search. That, according to Trump's lawyer, is absolutely untrue. When Trump's legal team in Florida first came on the premises of Mar-a-Lago Monday during this surprise raid, they were not given the warrants. They asked for a copy. They would not hand it to them. And if anything was given them, it was not until after the search. The lawyer said she's never heard of such a scenario during a search, and certainly not of attorneys being told to leave the premises and not being permitted to watch the search to ensure everything was handled properly. So, Mr. Wray, FBI Director, Mr. Wray, these are the things that really raise the red flag in people's minds. Why do you ask the attorney? They also ask for the security cameras to be turned off. The only reason you don't want someone watching you is if you're going to do something nefarious. Last I checked, if you're on the up and up, why would you care that these surveillance cameras are watching you? Is there any reason any of us should have questions in our mind? Now, she went on to note, Trump and the legal team had been cooperating with the Department of Justice and actually met with the Department of Justice officials previously at Mar-a-Lago. Some documents that the government said were improperly taken from the White House when Trump left office were returned to Washington. Now, the reports now indicate that all this action took place likely after an informant, is the word they're using, provided the DOJ with information that confidential documents were still at the president's residence. Now, if that's true, that would be a violation of the Presidential Records Act. And if charged and convicted, Trump would be ineligible to serve in federal office again. What did we say from hour number one? What was the motivation behind this raid? To prevent Trump from being able to run in 2024. But conflicting information. News update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Attorney General Merrick Garland is filing a motion to unseal the search warrant used to raid former President Trump's home.
The search warrant was authorized by a federal court upon the required finding of probable cause.
The former president's home in Palm Beach, Florida, was raided earlier this week by FBI agents over possible classified documents that were taken from the White House when he left office. Mortgage rates are back above 5%. Freddie Mac says the average 30-year fixed mortgage is at 5.22%, In June, rates surpassed 5.8%. The producer price index fell to 9.8% over the last year for the month, below analyst predictions. Compared with June, the index fell 0.5%, the first decline in more than 2 years. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The FDA is recommending people testing themselves for COVID at home take a second test within 48 hours because the at-home tests are less likely to detect the virus than PCR tests are. The FDA making that recommendation to rule out false negatives. The FDA noting at-home tests are authorized for repeat use. It added people should use multiple tests over 2 to 3 days, especially if they don't have any symptoms. The CDC also updating COVID guidelines. Those exposed to COVID but don't get infected don't have to quarantine under the new guidelines. The agency is also moving away from social distancing recommendations. Mark Cuban is accused of being involved in a crypto Ponzi scheme. A class action lawsuit claims Cuban and Voyager Digital CEO Stephen Erlach duped Americans into buying over $5 billion in crypto assets last year. USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
An investigation continues into a home explosion.
3 people have died and at least 39 homes were damaged after an explosion in Evansville, Indiana. Fire Department Chief Mike Connolly confirmed there could be other victims. We've not completed our search. Connolly said the gas utility was quick to respond.
Immediately after the blast occurred, CenterPoint arrived and made the scene safe. There was no detection of gas. They're restoring service now as the circuits are safe.
For the USA Radio News Gulf Coast Bureau, I'm Tony Maruso.
Lots of questions remain after the FBI raid of former President Donald Trump's home.
The FBI raid on President Trump's Florida home by heavily armed FBI agents and the silence by Justice Leaders Garland and Ray have many viewing the raid as a weaponized branch of the government. Trump attorney Lindsay Halligan on Fox News.
What the FBI did was an appalling display of abuse of power. All documents requested were previously handed over. President Trump and his team painstakingly reviewed every single document at Mar-a-Lago and gave the government what they requested.
Lance Pry reporting from the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau. A federal judge says Walgreens contributed to San Francisco's opioid crisis. The ruling handed down Wednesday says Walgreens dispensed hundreds of thousands of what he called red flag opioid prescriptions. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hour number 2 off and rolling here on a Friday. And lines available at 844-844-3388. Well, Pappy's on board. Morning, Pappy. What's happening? First of all, the computer has to pick up. There you go. Hello, Pappy.
There you go. What's happening, man?
Dealing with trolls.
Say again?
We have a troll in the house tonight.
Oh, yes?
Yes. He's having a good time.
Okay.
I think I've thus far in the last 5 minutes blocked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, at least a dozen accounts. One guy that keeps changing his name to come on.
Huh.
Somebody got too much time to waste in their life.
Yeah. You know, it was funny, that first call, I didn't catch it, man. I mean, I'm playing it. I couldn't hear what he said.
Well, he didn't make it out. I didn't give him enough. I recognized the voice, and just for whoever's hanging on, if you're calling with an anonymous number, I'm not going to pick up an anonymous number. You got to call. You got to unblock your number because we know who the anonymous is. Same guy that's trolling on the Facebook and the YouTube. So. Just so you know, if you're hanging on as anonymous, you ain't going to get picked up.
Yeah. Well, Steve, it ain't the first time.
No, the trolls exist. Yes, they do.
Man, Steve, let me start out just by saying, I got friends, one good one in the FBI building here at Cincinnati. And I think most of us would agree when we badmouth the FBI, so to speak. We're talking about the higher ups, the higher echelon here. I know many, lower GS number guys that these are some good dudes, Steve. We all know it. Like you said the other night, good cops, bad cops, good FBI, bad FBI, good doctors, bad doctors. I would say most in the FBI are good stand-up people. And with that, I would think I would like to, see some resignation, Steve. And trust me, man, I get it. When you got 15, 20 years in, you're invested, man. You're throwing your life away, your livelihood, your pension. The only thing I can think of, if we're able to get in here and clean house and you walk away right now, when Trump gets back in office, you might be able to get hired back, get the good people back in here. What happened today, obviously, we said it last night, last thing we want is violence on anybody.
Because the left just latch onto that and they say, see, we told you, all these Trump supporters are crazy, evil people. They're the threat. Yep. They're the biggest threat to this country.
All it takes is one whacked out Trump supporter who's not wrapped tight, Steve, far right, whatever you want to call it, but they're whacked out, I did hear that he brandished a rifle when he was still in the parking lot there. I don't mention that when you talked about the nail gun he was firing off. Anyway, with that said, that situation's over. Now, they did on Ingram tonight, had one of Trump's lawyers on. She stated that once she got word that they were raiding his residence down there, that she jumped on a plane and headed down. As soon as she got there, she demanded a copy of the warrant. There was some argument going on.
Mm-hmm.
They did not provide her with a copy of the warrant.
Yep.
They finally showed her the warrant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't give her a copy, but they showed it to her. They would not let her inside. They made her stand out in the heat. And when it was all said and done, they did give her a copy of the inventory of items that were taken out of there.
So supposedly now, I mean, initially I thought they said it was like 10 boxes. The news I just heard said 15 boxes.
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
Right.
First thing I heard, Steve, they were talking about U-Hauls worth of,
Wow.
packing enough. So, I mean, I don't know. Who knows? I've been on several search warrants in my career. I mean, nothing to that magnitude, obviously. Most of the stuff I've been on been all drug-related type stuff, Or one time we had a guy that over in Sycamore, he fired a gun off at somebody and went running home, and we knew he was in there, so we got a warrant to go in and get him and try to recover the firearm. But I know this for a fact, Steve. You need this, whoever is the owner of that residence, and you obtain a warrant, you need to serve that warrant on that person. You need to physically hand them a copy. So I don't know if there's some technical situations there with them just showing
Mm-hmm.
the warrant to his attorney. I don't know. You get into this federal high dollar stuff like this, man. I mean, it's over my pay grade, that's for sure. But it just doesn't sound like procedure was followed properly.
And so they take 10, 15, whatever boxes that they take out of there. How was that all, keeping, the chain of custody, chain of command? Nothing gets inserted or removed from those. How can you verify that?
Well, Steve, they're supposed to go through them, but everything that is taken, they need to document. They just can't put on that piece of paper one box, right,
mm-hmm.
containing multiple papers. They can't do that. If they take a box of pencils out there, they need to put on there one box of pencils containing 102 pencils. You follow me?
Okay.
They just can't list the boxes. They have to list every item in that box.
So we know they were there for nearly 9 hours. And would that explain the length of time? Is there, if having to go through and physically document everything?
Yes, sir. Back before Steve, they should have body cameras on. Back before today, body cameras. Literally, there was one, we had a guy walking around with a video camera. Every piece of evidence that was taken out of that house was photographed and documented. Everything. If there was 10,000 pieces of paper taken out of there, they needed to photograph and document every piece of paper.
Wow. Okay.
They should have had some cameras rolling, Steve. Today's day and age, I'm sure they all had cameras on. is kind of curious why they wanted the security cameras turned off.
Right.
That's a little head scratcher there. So yeah, more will come out this.
Well, someone suggested here a few minutes ago, and Robert said I guess he heard that like the Trump family was watching the closed circuit television at Trump Tower. I guess that's probably true.
Yeah, Steve. I mean, I can do that when I'm working. If the Ring camera goes off, I just pull it up and see what's going on in the driveway or the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
If I had cameras inside the house, you could do that too. Yeah, that's especially, I mean, you're talking Trump here, man. I'm sure his surveillance.
He's got to have cameras on everything.
Oh, dude, he's the, top-notch, the best money can buy surveillance system on that property there. One thing about this oil, Steve, man, you talking about how they had to shut some of that down today due to that minor leak. What were we talking about, Steve? We got this knucklehead, right, dipping into the reserves. All it would take is something like this to happen to stop the production, and we're going to be in a world of hurt.
All we can do is hope and pray. I mean, and then of course, hurricane season. Things are really. This is the time of year things start ramping up, and typically when you have an oddly quiet period like we've seen over the last 6 weeks, these seasons tend to equalize themselves out. All of a sudden you'll have just a rash of activity, which I wouldn't doubt that comes to fruition here in the coming days.
Yeah. Remember a few years back when they had that break in the underground pipe that was spewing oil?
Yes,
I mean,
for a month.
Just think if something like that was to happen, and here's the Biden draining our reserves. That's the whole purpose of having a reserve. We all know it. Let's just pray something like that don't happen. We don't get a hurricane come through here, some sort of, spy attack or what?
Mm-hmm.
Not spy attack, but, micro problem where they do something to the grid or something, Wasn't that long ago, Steve? Just a couple of years ago, what was the company they shut down?
The Colonial Pipeline.
Yeah.
They shut that down last year. Yeah.
Yeah. And they were thinking that was a Russian hack.
Ransomware.
Right?
Yes. Ransomware out of Russia.
Yep. That's all it takes. All right, my man, I'm waiting for the moon to kind of fade its way down a little bit, to darken the skies up a little bit so I can get out there and start looking.
See ya. I caught one real brief Perseid out of my peripheral vision, but it was really fast.
Right. I mean, it's cleared up. I mean, since we talked earlier, it's cleared up real nice, but that moon's so daggone bright.
Yep. Super moon.
Yeah. Have to look towards the north a little bit, I guess. But all right, my man, have a good night. Have a good weekend. Everybody be safe.
Thank you very much, Pappy. Thanks for being with us, and we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Can't help but chuckle. I don't know how much effort it takes to, to set up another, like a YouTube account. It must be pretty easy, but this dude, in a matter of like 10 minutes, had chimed in with 15 different YouTube accounts. Hope you're having fun. They're all blocked, but gotta love it. Just way too much time on their hands. I don't know. It's what's the old scenario? Some people just can't handle the truth. Yeah. Hey, I promise we get to the whole AB5. This is a good explanation. It's just about 3 minutes, a little over 3 minutes long. Gives you kind of an overview regarding what this law is, what's next in the saga that started when the California legislature passed this back in 2019. Of course, it went to the courts, had a temporary injunction against it all the way up till here just a month or so ago when the Supreme Court opted not to take up the case. So now it's back to where we're just kind of waiting and wondering at the same time, how's this going to be enforced?
California's Assembly Bill 5, or AB5, presumes that all workers in California are employees unless an employer can show otherwise through what is called the ABC test, which consists of 3 prongs. In order for a worker to prove that they're an independent contractor, they must show A, that they're free from the employer's control and direction, both in the contract and in fact. B, that they're performing work that is outside the usual course of the hiring entity's business. And C, that they're customarily engaged in an independently established trade, occupation, profession, or business. The B prong of the test appears to make it nearly impossible for a leased-on owner-operator to be considered an independent contractor, leading many in the industry to say that AB5 could force the end of the owner-operator model in California. The state passed AB5 into law in 2019, but a preliminary injunction in 2020 prevented it from affecting the trucking industry due to a lawsuit by the California Trucking Association, which argued that AB5 was preempted by a federal law known as F4A. California's Attorney General then asked for the Ninth Circuit to review the injunction. In 2021, the Ninth Circuit ruled 2-1 that AB5 is a generally applicable labor law and called for the removal of the preliminary injunction. In response, the California Trucking Association filed a petition to the U.S. Supreme Court, to which OOIDA supported through an amicus brief. On June 30th, 2022, the Supreme Court denied that petition. So where is AB5 today? Well, it's hard to say. California hasn't provided any guidance regarding how they'll enforce the law, though OOIDA has reached out to the governor's office for clarification and is still unclear how the courts will interpret the law. For example, the preliminary injunction focused solely on the F4A argument. The district court did not, however, speak to the California Trucking Association's second argument, which was that AB5 violates the Commerce Clause of the U.S. Constitution. The Commerce Clause prevents states from passing legislation that discriminates against or excessively burdens interstate commerce. The California Trucking Association argues that AB5 creates unnecessary burdens for motor carriers. For example, motor carriers would no longer be able to use an independent contractor for the entire duration of a freight movement if the load originated in other states and ended in California. Instead, the carrier would have to terminate that movement at the border and arrange for the final leg to be completed by an employee driver. Likewise, carriers couldn't use an independent contractor to complete the first leg of the trip if the load originated in California and ended in a different state. Again, they would need to arrange for an employee driver to complete the first leg. So what's next? Right now, we're in a wait-and-see mode. The California Trucking Association is already lobbying the state legislature to reverse AB5, and there still may be legal opportunities for OOIDA and others to pursue. So until then, stay tuned.
There you go. There's the breakdown. AB5. Good explanation. Yeah, who comes up with all this stuff? That's the bigger question. Why? All right, a couple minutes before we hit our news break, bottom of the hour, we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. A couple of other industry headlines. First of all, the flatbed that lost several porta potties while rolling down the highway in Wisconsin, leaving drivers trying to dodge the toilets on the highway. One driver says, I see a porta potty flying back at me. I tried my best to swerve out of the way, but it hit my driver's side, causing me to pull over. Another driver said the items on the highway seemed to just appear out of nowhere. Where'd they come from? Didn't know what it was at first until I hit it. I thought, I just hit a porta-john in the middle of I-94. What the? So several cars suffered serious damage. One may actually be totaled. Authorities responding to the incident, shutting down a portion of the highway to clear the portable toilets. Now, according to officials, 4 damaged vehicles actually had to be towed from the scene. Good news, no injuries reported in that incident there. So, gotta love it. Happy Friday morning, Tom Kelly. Greetings from the TNCRadio.live studio in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center, Houston, Texas. More storms along I-10 from Texas, off and on, all the way to the Florida Panhandle right now. So drivers, be careful out there. Coming up after the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, stay tuned. Another new episode of Mind Your Trucking Business. Tom, James, and Jamie talk about whether or not it's a good time to start your own fleet. After that, it's 2 hours of reverse gear with the maestro, Ron Samuels, as he examines the history of popular music. So everybody, have a fantastic weekend. Expect more fun announcements next week from TNCRadio.live.
USA Radio News.
The documents that were the focus of the FBI search of former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort were reportedly classified files related to nuclear weapons. That's according to the Washington Post. Meanwhile, Attorney General Merrick Garland revealed he, quote, personally approved the extraordinary step to seek the warrant used by federal agents to seize documents from the former president's home in Florida.
I personally approved the decision to seek a search warrant in this matter.
The White House did not know in advance that Garland would be delivering a statement, and officials learned of it through news reports, that is according to a White House official. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Beef
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And Now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back on a Friday. Hello to Eskimo Mom. Another one of those nights, huh? She says, howdy from Ohio. Happy Friday, or hump day in her case. But Murphy's Law is going on with me. If I wasn't having truck issues, it's the trailer. Yeah, well, got clear skies and 71 degrees. Yeah, Pappy's right. Things, skies have really cleared out, so. Yeah, beautiful night to be out to enjoy the Perseid meteor shower tonight. All right, our number 844-844-3388. Let me see, is it Jason this morning? Good morning, Jason.
Steve, I'm selling my...
Okay, so I got that number.
I could reach out to your audience if anyone wanted to buy that.
Okay, thank you for taking my call. Okay, Gilligan, go. What you got?
Morning, Steve. Hey, I got a... Did you get some of them stories I sent you last night?
Yes, I did.
About, yeah, I tell you what, this is getting crazy. Well, first off, I want to say something about that guy that dared Cincinnati come into the FBI office. Exactly what is an AR-15 style weapon? It's either an AR-15 or it isn't.
I guess it looked like an AR. I mean, there's actually BB guns and things that can look like an AR-15. You know.
Exactly. It's just no matter what, they're trying to demonize weapons. Period. It don't matter. I'm at a loss, but that's normal for the media. Did you get that story about Domino's Pizza in Italy? They're closing up all their stores in Italy. I tell you what, that's kind of funny, isn't it? Actually, my daughter, Bolt, she's assistant manager for a Domino's. I'm here like, girl, I said, your all's pizza's so bad you can't even sell them in Italy. That's not good.
But of course, Italy is known for Italian cuisine, and pizza, that's supposed to be an Italian kind of thing. So I know, what was the premise? The Domino's was not nearly Italian. Nobody wants it, right?
Well, there's a glitch to that. She actually was a foreign exchange student with a 2-week program in 2019. She mentioned it the other night. She actually spent a week in Italy, and she says what we refer to as Italian food is not real Italian food. And I've heard that from other people too.
Yes.
What we perceive as Italian is not what real Italian food is.
And Taco Bell is not Mexican food either.
No, it's not. It's not either. It's just, that's about anything. I wonder how much Chinese food, Japanese food. It's probably pretty far off too.
Yeah.
Did you see the spider sleep study?
No. How can they determine? They think what they try to say. They believe spiders kind of rest like we do, and they might even dream.
Yeah, I got a question. I wonder how many millions of dollars they spent on trying to figure out if spiders sleep
or dream,
and why.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean this is our money at work. Our tax dollars at work.
What would a spider dream about? Do you think they have They have nightmares about a human stepping on them, maybe?
Yeah, maybe that's it. For a huge moth to come in and rip their web down, then all that work gone to waste. That's maybe something like that. Yeah. Another one that got me. Was the chalking tires illegal? Judge says, but city gets a big break. The guy spent all that money, all that time to sue the city about these parking tickets, and all he got was $1 per chalking of his tires. I mean, supposedly it was damaging the tires, according to him. And of course, at least some chalk is not going to hurt your tires. Anybody with a little bit of common sense will do it. You know, thing is, they're also doing away with they've done away with the chalking of tires. I think it was in 2019. Yeah, this one person received 14 tickets. The judge said marking the tires without warrant violated constitutional protections against unreasonable searches. Yeah, but the thing is, all he ordered him was $1 for it, for each chalking.
Wow.
You think about how much time the court spent litigating this. I think he went through 2 appeals or something. I've got the story here, and I'm trying to glance through it. But it's kind of funny how some of these lawsuits get a little crazy, you know. Well, Steve, that's all I got for now. I hope everybody has a safe night, and I thank you for taking my call.
Have a great weekend. Thanks for checking in there, Gilligan. Yeah, there you go. It's 844-844-3388. Who was it? I think Philly Dan. Philly Dan had called about that stinking truck, the rotten egg smell that actually started on Wednesday. I guess the smell was still kind of lingering yesterday. Yeah, according to the update there out of Camden and Gloucester, Mass., they said that the rancid smell continued to waft through neighborhoods Thursday morning. The odor continues to linger throughout our area. According to the Cherry Hill Police, at like 9 o'clock yesterday morning, as you venture out today, you will continue to smell the odor. You may smell the odor inside your home as well. We are aware of the odor. There is no need to report the odor. But they could smell this in parts of Philadelphia Thursday morning. That's where Philly Dan was saying that truck was parked 12 miles away. The smell of rotten eggs became very noticeable about midday on Wednesday. It was soon detected in Camden County due to the gas leak coming from the tractor trailer parked at the TA in Greenwich Township. First calls started coming into the police a little before 3 in the afternoon. By 3:30, officials found the location of the leak. Then, of course, confirmed. We mentioned last evening it was a product known as Lubrizol 1389. There is a much bigger technical name that I'm not even going to try to pronounce, which they described as a nuisance chemical. While extremely smelly, it poses no danger. People who come in contact with the chemical might experience eye and skin irritation. The owners of the truck, who were not identified by authorities, later sent workers to remove the chemical from the tanker. This particular truck stop, though, just off exit 18 off Interstate 295. Now, during the day Wednesday, they were actually advising people to stay indoors, limit outdoor activity. Then late Wednesday night, I guess some more venting from the truck. The truck led officials to call for a shelter-in-place order in East Greenwich, Paulsboro, and Gibbstown. That shelter-in-place was only up for a couple of hours, so I guess they should have that all resolved by now. I think they sent another truck out to offload the chemical, get it the heck out of here, but smelling good in the neighborhood, right? Good morning, Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. Boy, if they're going to be griping about a little bit of gas getting passed in the air, it's a good thing they don't live near a feedlot or a dairy farm. Holy smokes, that stinks. So, anyways, yeah, I heard that spider study. Well, if we count sheep to try to go to sleep, what do spiders count?
All right.
Flies. And that numbnut that called earlier, I think the best part of him wound up as a stain on the mattress. Why do people do that? Is it they just get their kicks and think, they're infamous, they made history? I mean, buddy, I don't know who you are, but you are the lowest form of low that there could never be. Okay, a few more things. They were talking about how the Supreme Court got it wrong when they overturned Roe versus Wade.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it didn't abolish abortion. It just said it needed to be decided by the people, not the government. And, the left started screaming and hollering women were going to die because they weren't going to have a voice. And, the reality is if it's a tubular pregnancy, which can kill, I guess, the woman, it's allowed. If it's rape or incest, it's allowed. We shouldn't have to pay for them telling their man, oh, okay, it's fine, go ahead, or, not using contraceptives that are out there at a cheap price where it doesn't cost you or I, the taxpayer dollars, to kill a baby. So when Kansas had their thing here, last week before last, one of the questions was, should we remove the abortion law from our Constitution? And I don't agree with their decision, but I respect it because the people said, no, keep it in the Constitution. And all the left is screaming and hollering, hey, the people have spoken. Well, that's what Supreme Court Clarence Thomas had stated. He said the people should decide, not the government. Duh.
And that's
what, it was. Be happy.
It was kind of the surprise vote in the red state of Kansas there on their primary election day. That was a measure that was on the ballot, and the people spoke and said, we believe abortions should be legal in Kansas. So that's what's going to take place around the country. I think 70% of the American people say, yes, let the states decide. Put it on the ballots and let the states decide. That's pretty much what the Supreme Court said it was going to do.
Yes. I mean, you rack your mind wondering, where the hell do these politicians get off? And there is a difference between a politician and a statesman. Politician's in for himself. A statesman is there actually for the people. But, the people have spoken. That's what the Supreme Court decision was all about. Goodness. The fear-mongering from the left is just unbelievable. Okay, well, and then now you got this deal with California. Ever since I had been in the business, starting back in the mid-'90s, I mean, there was always people saying, well, why don't we just take the freight to a port in Arizona or just inside the state of California, drop off the freight, and let the Californians get their own stuff and ship it back and forth, from coast to the state line. Well, I guess that's going to be a reality here pretty soon, if I understood it right, because they don't want any owner-ops, I guess, or independent contractors, because apparently y'all have cooties, and California don't want to have none of the cooties in their state. Well, if you're going to elect, you people want changes. Well, you have an election every 2 years to find the changes that you need to make, but you keep voting for the same idiots. Sorry, you're going to have to get more people to see right instead of seeing left. So I can't feel sorry for them. It's kind of like us in New Mexico. They want change. Well, then vote for it. Well, it's everyone else's representative that's bad, but mine is good, It just doesn't make any damn sense. Yes, we need change, but no one's willing to change out their representative. So, and the flying crap storm that hit I-94. God, that's funny. Imagine all them white cars turning blue. Oh, that's a good thing there wasn't no honey in those honey pots.
Right.
Now, there in Gallup, New Mexico, they have a service, and it's called GPS, Gallup Porta-John service, GPS. And I've seen that on their tankers, that they go out there and they suck all the nonsense out and put some new blue fluid in. But I mean, that's probably a good name for them, GPS. Always know where the crap is. All right, senor, I'm out of here. You have yourself a good night.
Thanks for checking in, Heatwave. You do the same. All right. Hey, by the way, I know that still dealing with some of your monsoonal moisture out there. A couple hours ago, there were a handful of flash flood warnings through sporadic through much of Arizona. Still a few flash flood warnings. It doesn't take a lot of rain. You get one of those heavy downpours, of course, with the terrain out there. Yes, small streams, or what do they call the dry washes or arroyos, suddenly become raging torrents of water in that part of the country. So I'm kind of zooming in on the radar. Yeah, still some decent showers, some pockets of heavier rain. Most of this action, in this particular loop, a little north of I-40, kind of north and northeast of Flagstaff. Pretty decent area of showers and thunderstorms stretching from right about Kingman, Arizona, all the way down to east of Lake Havasu City. Could see some flash flood warnings prompted from those showers there. Do have some pockets of heavier rain over eastern portions of Utah tonight as well. Spotty showers out west. Our number, 844-844-3388. And one of my social media friends, a.k.a. Facebook, that sent me a little message this past morning. I think it was not geared just to me. It said, everybody take it safe on your drive into work this morning. I saw 2 accidents this morning, one of which I'll never get out of my head. Slow down, be careful and courteous. Now, I responded to that. I said, hey, it's the morning rush. I got to go 80 miles an hour to get there on time. I left my house later than I should have left. So, and that's what it's all about. People get running behind, try to make up that lost time on the interstate during the morning rush. But he responded back. He said, Steve, this one was in Florence, Kentucky. Apparently, car got pissed off because he couldn't get around me on the right. He fell back behind me and went to cut into the left lane in a NASCAR kind of move, cut off another big truck that clipped him. It was the screeching of the tires from being pushed down the road by the semi and the sound of metal going against the concrete barrier at 60-plus miles per hour. That'll get your attention. He said, I was listening to you on the radio thinking of how you read these stories to us on almost a nightly basis. Smack my head. Yes, sir. So he saw it firsthand. Now, the fool that was in a hurry trying to get around the trucks, guess what? He didn't get to work on time, did he? Can't help but wonder if maybe he was injured. Maybe he ended up in the hospital, for that matter, rather than work. Patience, my friend. Morning, Brain Dead.
Let's see. In with the good air, out with the bad air. Hey, Steve. Let me give some advice. You know that dude that was calling that was trying to sell his mattress? I got a novel idea. Take it, strap it to your Prius, go down to the truck stop because obviously you need to make some money with the mattress in your back. So go down there. Yeah, we had a very eventful day. You're talking about that accident. Was it the other night? We had a fire truck roll over. They were going to the scene of a call, and somebody hit that fire truck broadside and laid that fire truck over and killed the driver.
Wow.
32-year veteran of the Memphis Fire Department. Salute. May he rest in peace. And then we had a high lineman for the power company. He touched the high voltage line today, and he was killed. So very eventful day in Memphis. So speaking of eventful, Steve, how eventful is your weekend going to be other than sitting there drinking Skullbuster beer?
I'm going to have to moderate that a bit this weekend. I know the princess this is her first weekend back. Went back down, got her last weekend there in Tennessee, and of course her favorite restaurant. Her plans are to go to Roosters tonight. They're going to get up some Long Island iced tea and some chicken.
Well, you know, old Paula, she's going to be looking in the dictionary. You know, Dingbat. I'm sorry. She's got to study because I'm a diehard Tennessee fan. She's a diehard Gator fan. And last year we always bet on the football and basketball games. Well, last year we only played once for basketball. So there's a nationally syndicated radio show. They do contests based out of Charlotte. And so I set it up for us to go play one of their games together for one of the little prize packs. So they're going to call us Monday to be played on Tuesday. And I told her, I said, you need to start, getting that dictionary out, start looking, they're going to use big words, other than A, and B, because, most Gator fans can't understand anything other than the word choke. So that's kind of why we've been going back and forth on Facebook, Steve.
You're a glutton for punishment. You want to get your ass kicked.
No, Steve. No. We know how all this is going to end because they're going to ask her they're going to describe a word, right? Like dinosaur. They'll kind of, you have to say the word dinosaur, but they'll kind of do the little $25,000 pyramid description of it. So, see, that's how all that's going to work. And it was really neat to meet the lady producer because her brother is Dale Curry, and his two sons are Stephen and Stephen Curry from the NBA. So that was pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to that. But, by the way, before I let you go, Dingbat asked me the other day, what is inflation, Steve? And I had to sit there and break it down to her. I said, well, inflation's like this. When we got married, you were 36, 28, 38. Now you're 46, 44, 54. You tell me how that worked out for you. Bye to me, Steve.
Okay. Like I said, he's just a glutton for punishment. All right. News break coming up here, top of the hour as we close out hour number 2. Rolling into a Friday. Working our way into a new day. Coming up on some of the industry, a handful of industry headlines this Friday morning. The wait for the Tesla Semi may be coming to an end. A recent tweet from Elon Musk said they're going to begin shipping the 500-mile range version of the Semi by the end of this year. Now, I'll believe it when I see it, but that and so much more to come on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
A suspect was killed in a gunfire exchange with officers following an hours-long standoff in Cincinnati, Ohio. Officials said the standoff began after the suspect attempted to breach the Cincinnati FBI field office and then led officers on a pursuit.
Gunfire was exchanged between officers on scene and the suspect.
Authorities did not give any indication of a possible motive for the breach, but said the incident is still under investigation. A firefighter battling an Oregon blaze died after he was struck by a tree while he was fighting the Big Swamp Fire. The U.S. Forest Service has confirmed the fire, which broke out August 1st, is 0% contained. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, Gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is suing the Attorney General because he wants New York State to pay for his legal bills as he defends himself against a workplace sexual harassment claim. Cuomo filed the suit against Attorney General Letitia James, arguing that James violated state law by denying him public assistance for his defense. In April, right after James held a news conference where she called Cuomo a, quote, serial sexual harasser and, quote, sick, pathetic man, the suit says she denied the ex-governor's request for representation, which is in violation of laws providing protection for Cuomo when the allegations stem from a time when he, quote, was acting within the scope of his employment or duties. There has been no comment yet from the Attorney General's office. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A judge declared a mistrial after jurors said they couldn't reach a unanimous verdict in dispute over whether two engineering firms should bear some responsibility for Flint's lead-contaminated water. The two engineering firms were accused of not doing enough to get Flint to treat their highly corrosive water or to urge a return to a regional water supplier. Flint's water became contaminated in 2014 through 2015 because water pulled from the Flint River wasn't treated to reduce the corrosive effect of lead pipes. Citing costs, managers appointed by then-Governor Rick Snyder stopped using water from a Detroit agency and switched to the river while awaiting a new pipeline. The NBA for the first time will be retiring a jersey number.
The NBA is going to retire Celtics legend Bill Russell's number 6 league-wide. Russell passed away late last month at the age of 88. He becomes the first player in NBA history to have his number retired by the entire league. All players will also wear a patch on the right shoulder of their jerseys during the upcoming season. Every arena's court will also display a clover-shaped logo with the number 6 inside. Russell was a 5-time MVP and 11-time world champion. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, another hour in the books. but scandering toward the stars. Did catch one really good Perseid there during the break. Streaking across his ride just below Jupiter there. Had an orange color to it. So yeah, we are in the peak. Perseid meteor shower. The final meteor shower officially for summer. Yeah, believe it or not, fall is just over a month away. Wow. Now, as I said before the break, I'll believe it when I see it because we've had one delay after another. Will we actually see the first Tesla semis? Now, no official announcement. Tesla has yet to issue a news release, but the tweet from Elon Musk, it does mark an advancement in the speculated timeline for delivery back in January, citing parts shortages and a need to focus on the vehicles that were currently in production. Elon said his company would not be releasing any new models this year, possibly even stretching into 2024. Now, at the time, he kind of insinuated the semi would be introduced in 2023. When and where the first units will arrive, that is unknown. Back in May, the company opened the pre-orders for the semi to the general public. It may be some time before those smaller orders can be fulfilled. According to the June report, Frito-Lay was expected to receive the first 15 units from Tesla prior to the announced production delays. That was, again, also PepsiCo has reportedly pre-ordered 100 of the fully electric units for their fleet. Now, this is how long these delays have been going on. We go November of 2017, the Tesla Semi was being touted by designers as the safest truck ever. Also, the company claims their Semi will have the lowest cost of ownership with a fuel savings of over $200,000. Now, it's expected to be available in two models. One model would be a 300-mile driving range, the other a 500-mile range. The 300-mile range model expected to be about $150,000. The 500-mile range model for $180,000. Okay, so like I said, I'll believe it when I see it, right? It's 844-844-3388. Scarecrow on board. Happy Friday, Scarecrow.
And a good Friday to you there, big buddy. Yeah, Steve, you got your trolls there, and I got my trolls too. Mine live under my dash here. Yeah, trot back and forth, jumping up and down on the wiring harness, and trying to see what mischief and chaos they can create. I think last night maybe they thought the moon was full. They came out and got them stirred up. Well, I lost your program just getting into it. I normally run it through my jukebox here, and well, that died. So I donned the headset for the rest of the program. Well, then on the way home, shucks, I had 5 different troubleshooting indicator lights come on the dash.
Uh-oh.
Nothing to shut me down, but took away a lot of the convenience, the cruise and the lane departure and all of these other things. But either way, that part kind of fixed itself. Got back to the yard, and the mechanic said, well, they've found there's times that you have to treat these trucks just like a cell phone and let them shut down and kind of regenerate themselves. And yeah, it straightened itself out. But so yeah, so now you go down the road waiting for the next little thing to come to life here. But
right.
Yeah, heat waves right about feedlots and dairies and such. We got I'm assuming there are a couple of dairies up near Madison. Kind of funny how they clean out their manure lagoons overnight. They spread it through a irrigation system that's blended with water and whatnot. Well, they do it under the cover of darkness so the public can't see what's going on. But boy, you sure can tell it when you're going down the road. And of course, at night you got the heavy air and whatnot, so the perfume kind of sticks close to the ground level too, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then the spider sleep studies. Now, somebody has funded those studies, I have to believe. Kind of wonder if maybe it comes from those funds come from the same sources. Oh, remember they're trying to create human flavored
meat,
artificial
yes.
meat.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Now somebody's got to be at quality control in that lab, doing taste studies and whatnot. Who the hell is going to know what human meat is going to taste like? To begin with, back in it was the early '70s. There was a movie that came out,
Soylent Green,
showing at the driving area. Oh no!
Not that one. No.
What the hell? No. Cannibal Girls. That was the name of it. Cannibal Girls. Yeah, when you're a young teen, you're 15, 16, 17, with the opportunity for some bare skin on. When you see that on the poster, that's all it takes to drive you to go see one of these high-end viewings and such. But so yeah, I'm trying to think of what kind of market there's going to be for this future artificial meat, so to speak. Steve, getting on the very serious side now, I may be overthinking this Trump saga that's taken place. I've been kind of thinking outside the box here. Now, every participant, in that raid, and that's what I look at it as a raid, every one of these participants knew from the get-go that when the grits hit the fan, this was really going to turn into a huge mess. Now, did they think that it was going to roll off of their backs like water off a duck?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe every one of them had their last name Clinton? I don't know, but you went through it a little bit ago. The not turning the cameras off and this and that. I mean, they had these guards posted out there. You think they were expecting an insurrection? Did they? What kind of activity did they think the personnel, from the housekeepers and such? What kind of deal were they going to put up that they had to have automatic weapons and they're obviously told to wear the most badass face that they could. I mean, there's been red flags up and down the line. Is it possible? We're outside the box here. I'm not I can't think of the word I'm looking for. But either way, is this actually a big distraction for something even greater? There's that saying, all's fair in love and war. Well, we know, they like to add all's fair in love and war in politics these days.
Mm-hmm.
And given the lack of the love fest between the FBI and Trump all along here, and we know how much trouble the Dems are going to be in this fall, much less, in 24. Is there possibly now something else that's taking place, or they hope is going to take place, that they don't want us to even know about or think about? What's taken place to this point. Perhaps they've been hoping for a huge uprising from the Trump supporters, enough to the point where, gosh, we're going to have to instill martial law. And were that to take place, would there even be an election this fall? Like you say, I'm way outside the box on this one, but I don't think anything out there should surprise us when it comes to campaigning and the future of politics in this country. I wanted to throw this out at the end of last night's program to give everybody something to think about overnight. But no, I like I say, truck drivers have a lot of time to think
Yes,
going
you
down
do.
the road, and it's as I say, it's been kind of hanging over my head the last couple of days that maybe more making a mountain out of a molehill or whatever, but just the way this has transpired, that pile of documents in them boxes, shucks, there was more shipping boxes sitting there than our kids in Korea. They just got their personal belongings yesterday, and shucks, there was more gear, was sitting on Mar-a-Lago's driveway than they have received from all their personal goods at home. But so either way, that's just a little fuel for thought and whatnot. I guess that's kind of what I had for the day. I guess I've thrown in some of my BS for the week here too in the same call and whatnot. So if I don't come up with anything else, I will wish a pleasant weekend on you and do it again next week. Huh?
That's all our baloney for today. Scarecrow, thank you much. All right. Always moving. Got you coming up here. Plowboy online and room for you at 844-844-3388.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back on a Friday morning, TGIF. Is it a stargazing kind of night always moving?
Totally, 100%.
I kind of figured.
So I'll describe it. I heard you at the beginning of the show. Thank you so much for the reference. I'm glad you remembered me.
Yeah.
All my years, I very rarely have missed this one. I just love these meteor showers. But at my place, the majority of the sky is midnight blue. It's clear. Got the full moon bright in the middle. Then it's still pretty dark up there, and you've got planets and a few stars showing through. And then as you come down closer to the horizon, it gets kind of like a gray blue. And then along the horizon, it's along the creek, it's all at the back of the pasture, it's all the tree line. So it's a silhouette of black trees. And then you go down the trees, and about 6 feet above the pasture is a white blanket of misty fog. Just, a nice thin blanket over it. I just love that look on a pasture at night, on a summer night. That to me is just beautiful. So yeah, it is absolutely gorgeous out here. And every now and then you hear an August cicada, scratching his little legs together. But yeah, it's absolutely beautiful out here. But I am bummed because I am looking at the southeast and the east, and I have yet to see one. And I was looking right at Jupiter when you said, "Oh, I saw a big orange one go by," and I'm like, "Well, I didn't see it." I was looking right at it, so I missed that one. That was a bummer. But I had been in the barn feeding. But anyway, so I have a lot to cover because it's been a while. I got a new schedule. This is going to put me back into my life, which I am very excited about. Will finally give me some time to get a lot of my personal life together and get caught up on things. I've been 9.5 years with only having 2 days together off every other weekend.
Wow.
And that's hard to do when you work like that. And on those 2 days, I still got to go to my other job, which, by the way, my other job, that was where the gunman wound up this morning, was there by my other job. He was literally just down the road over up here by me. And all my neighbors and we were all texting each other back and forth like, "Oh my God, can you see it? Can you see it?" And yeah, it was literally just right there down the road. So
wow,
what a sad end! What a sad ending. You knew it was going to be suicide by police. That's just the way it is, and very, very sad. And the whole Mar-a-Lago thing, it's amazing that they have been. Let's see, he was in office 4 years. He's been out 2. They went after him a year before. So we're talking 7 years of relentless pursuit.
Nonstop.
Nonstop. And yet they can't find a darn thing on the Clinton Foundation or Hunter Biden. Just can't find it. I mean, it's just not there. We're not even looking. We got nothing. Got nothing. Isn't that amazing how that works? But 7 years of pursuing this man. And if you want to know, this was the nail in the coffin for me that, gosh, even if I liked you as a Democrat, I will never vote for them again after this one. This was just really the icing on the cake. I thought the whole trial thing for and the persecution of the people at the January 6th thing was ridiculous and over the top, especially when you didn't do anything to the other rioters that destroyed public buildings.
Yep.
But we got to nail these, but going after President Trump at his home, that was the line that I'm like, nope, that's it. Them's fighting words with me, and so I have absolutely no use for them. That's pathetic. Let's see what else. So the fire out by my daughters came within 1.5 miles of their place. They did ask them to evacuate, and they said no. She has sent me some photos, kind of smoky out there, pretty smoky as a matter of fact, but they said they're not under the canopy, and he said, the most they would lose would be their hay. And I said, well, a year's worth of hay is a lot. And he said, yeah, but it can be replaced. He said, everything else will be fine. They have sprinkler systems on the house, and they have hoses and stuff and all. And they're like, nope, we're good. So they have not gone anywhere, and they are doing fine. So in thinking about the fires out there, I had originally tried to call and talk to you about it when I lost my reception the last time. But so here you have the far left that believes, we got to control emissions. We can't have all of this pollution, and I get it. But yet, in 60 years ago, 50 years ago, when my brother was a smoke jumper out west, if lightning struck a tree, they jumped out of the airplane, went down. A couple of them would go down, and they would contain it within a couple of trees, and they'd put the fire out. And they no longer do that anymore. They just go, well, let's see, it can burn this, it can burn all of this as long as we take care of the buildings on the outside. And they let it burn. And so now the fire that originally started with just, a couple of trees is up over 77,000 acres, over 100 square miles. And gosh, look at all the pollution you've put in the air. Now, that doesn't make any sense either. I mean, I get that it's mountains. I was just there. I get that it's rugged terrain. I was just there. But again, had you dropped smoke jumpers on top of it when it started, and it was man started, it wasn't a lightning strike, you could have done a much better job instead of, well, we'll just watch it burn and go over here. And I know other people say, well, back before we had firefighters, when it struck and all that, Mother Nature would just let it burn. But they haven't had logging out there since 1987. I mean, they have set this up to be these horrific fires, and then they stand back and say, oh my God, it's global warming. Look what it's doing. That's where all of these fires are coming from. No, it's from poor government management. And it could have been contained way back when. And it's the same with all of them. You have to talk to my son-in-law, who's lived out there all of his life, and he can explain to you the progression of what it has happened and how this is just absolutely ridiculous what they are doing. And they are just destroying the land out there. It's sad. It's beyond sad. And so it's amazing to me how you can go, we can't have this, but we'll allow that to create air pollution and whatever. And that's okay to scar the land as long as, it makes no sense to me whatsoever. And I sent you an article about a fella who wrote an article, very pro-left, that Governor DeSantis in Florida putting into law the thing that you can't push your agenda onto employees for your far left views. And I forget exactly what the name of it is, and I'm sorry about that. And this fellow was making the argument that, well, that is actually a violation of my constitutional rights of freedom of speech. He said, all we're trying to do is to get, people treated equally, treated fairly, and we should be able to talk about that and have seminars and stuff for our staff. And what I thought was interesting was he doesn't understand how what they are doing is infringing on my rights and freedom of speech. He only saw it from his point of view instead of the flip side of what it does to the rest of us. And I know that because where my main job is, it's just being shoved down our throats left and right. I mean, it's really, really, really crazy there. So there's that. So then the other article, I'm going to finish on this. The other article I read today, which was very fascinating, it was a very long article, but it was interesting. I did not know that Canada has euthanasia laws. And it was explaining how it has become hardship for people. It was originally designed for, and it is euthanasia. It's not assisted suicide. It is euthanasia. And you have to meet the criteria of have a long debilitating illness. You can't have it has to be something that you've tried all options and you've exhausted it and you've lived with it for years and there's just no getting better. And you're just exhausted from it. Then you can be euthanized. And they were saying that what's happening is you have people that, let's say you're in an accident, and you were perfectly fine and healthy, and you find yourself in an accident, and you're going to be a paraplegic for the rest of your life, or whatever, and they will come to you and they explain the cost. Now, this is what it's going to cost, and this is the way our healthcare system works. So you're going to have this amount of money, or you can just put yourself out and be euthanized. And people are opting to be euthanized to spare the cost of what's happening to their family because of the long-term cost of the health care. And it was a very fascinating article. And one gentleman that had hardly anything wrong with him, I mean, hardly anything. I mean, he had some hearing, but he had some mental issues. And they don't have to tell your family that you've chosen this. And he was in the hospital, and the family thought everything was going well.
Mm-hmm.
And the next thing they knew, they had euthanized him.
Wow.
And when they said, well, he just had hearing loss. What the heck? Well, he asked for it. He was tired of dealing with hearing loss. They're like, what? And so they tried to investigate and look at it. And of course, unfortunately, it looks like a big cover-up to the whole thing. No, there were other issues. The family says, no, there wasn't. There were no issues. So I thought that was very fascinating because years ago I had talked to you about when I see children at the hospital that are long-term total cares that, I'm just looking at them going, man, how do you do that? I mean, it's not only a physical strain on the family, the financial strain, and I know they're your children and you'll do anything you can with them, but that's a lot. And I thought, well, I could just see somebody, if they came to you and said, hey, it's going to be several $1 million to keep you going, or you can be euthanized. A lot of people are going to say, you know what, I'm out. I don't want to put that on my family. I'm not going to do that to my family. I'm not going to burden everybody. So I just thought that was interesting. I did not know that was up in Canada. And they're looking at broadening the laws to make it even easier. So be careful what you wish for in Canada. So anyway, you have a wonderful night, and I hope everybody has a wonderful weekend. How have you been? I've with my new schedule, I get to listen sometimes, and sometimes I don't, but tonight's a good night, so I wouldn't have missed it.
Thank you so much. Well, great to hear from you. Always moving, as always, and glad you're going to have some more personal time to enjoy, because life's too short, right? All right, great to hear from you. It is 844-844-3388 as we roll into a Friday news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Center for Disease Control and Prevention has updated its guidelines for fighting coronavirus, saying it would no longer recommend restrictive measures like quarantining after exposure to an infected person, social distancing, and testing to screen for symptoms. The decision to revise the suggested protocol stems from the recognition that the vast majority of the U.S. population has, at this point, acquired a level of immunity, either from vaccination or infection. Western countries agreed to continue long-term funding to help Ukraine's military keep fighting, saying 1.5 billion euros have been pledged so far and more is coming. It's been nearly 5.5 months after Russia invaded Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with this sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Berg loads 2 more rounds in the chamber and modifies. The rest of the winds were scattered, but unfortunately not the Session 5 showers. And we are less than a week away from loading up for the world's biggest tractor pulling party, Pull Town, USA. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The second of the NTPA's 3 5-session events wrapped up over the weekend as the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell saw 22 of its 26 classes run to their conclusion before rain washed out the Saturday evening session. It was already a highly successful poll, as competitors from all across the United States performed in front of a giant Friday night Chamber Acres audience and moved along, in one direction or another, their championship dreams. Rockwell doesn't do weekend champions, so we'll mention here and congratulate all the class winners at the North Iowa Nationals before getting you ready for this weekend's action in Napoleon, Ohio, and pumped for 2 weeks from now, Bowling Green. In light superstock, winners were Larry Phillips' Extremely Insane and Brian Bowles' Alter Ego. In superstock diesel, winners were Kent Payne's Super Rooster and Travis Schlabach's Bone Twister. In superstock open, winners were John Strickland's Galut 2 and Brian Korth's Considered Armed and Dangerous HD. In Super Farm, winners were Brad Hart's Don't Ask and Tony Seatsmith's Wolverine Deer. In Pro Stock, the winner was Brandon Simon's Loud and Loaded. In two-wheel drive, winners were Christy Seacrest's Nothing Easy About It and Dustin Amundsen's Bottoms Up. In four-wheel drive, the winner was Tyler Corse's Patriot, their first Grand National win. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, winners were Shane Kellogg's Trump and Justin Gearhart's Cream of the Crop. In Super Semi, the winner was Lonnie Saylor's Holy Smokes. In Modified Mini, winners were Renee Theobald's Little Wicked and Adam Bauer's Iron Toy. In Modified, the two-time winner was Brett Berg's Moneymaker. In Unlimited, the winner was Joe Ader's Emax. And in Region 3 Limited Pro Stock, the winners were Kevin Lindstrom's Hyper Harvester and Mitch Fain's Red Storm Reloaded. Now it's on to the Buckeye State for the next 3 consecutive Grand National events. This Saturday, August 13th, it's the Henry County Fair Pole, one night only, in Napoleon, Ohio. It's an all-GN show this year with Superstock Diesel and Pro Stock tractors, 2- and 4-wheel drive trucks, and modified minis. Visit www.henrycountyfair.org for on-site information. And then in 3 weeks, Wellington, Ohio will host the Lorain County Fair's Friday Night Spectacular on August 26th. But in between, geographically and chronologically, is the largest truck and tractor pulling spectacle in the world. The 55th edition of the National Tractor Pulling Championships invades the Wood County Fairgrounds in Bowling Green, Ohio for 5 Supernational sessions and 26 classes. All 13 GN divisions will pull in one location for the first and only time this season. Visit polltown.com for all the info and ticket information, and stay up to date at ntpapull.com or watch it live at ntpa.tv. Regional action this week continues in Coldwater, Michigan on Wednesday, August 10th, Sandusky, Ohio on Friday, August 12th, and in Norwalk, Wisconsin and Morley, Michigan on Saturday, Zanesville, Ohio on Sunday, and Berrien Springs, Michigan next Monday. And I should mention that tickets are now available for the Enderley Pull-Off on Saturday, September 17th in Urbana, Ohio. Visit shopntpa.com/tickets and allstarpool.com for event details. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
There you go. One more time here on a Friday morning. Thank you, Don Dunlap, for the update. And not this weekend, but the following year, the big championship weekend, 3 full days, all the different divisions coming together. Bowling Green, Ohio, and yeah, the Hot Shot Secret Nation will be there. Sponsored pullers. Kyle will be there along with Josh at the Hot Shot Secret booth. T-shirts, hats, product, including oil, Stiction Eliminator, Diesel Extreme, you name it, stop by. Stock up while you're there in Bowling Green. Well, here we are on a Friday morning, 12th day of August, one of the must-see astronomy events of the summer. Underway as we speak. Kind of a, what do they call an astronomical double-header. Right, the Perseid meteor shower peaking this morning, the early hours of Friday. They've actually been active for several weeks. According to the American Meteor Society, sky watchers have spotted some early Perseids late July, the opening nights of August. Yeah, it's not just the impressive number of meteors that it brings, which could be 60 to 100 per hour, they tell us, but the fact that it's peaking in the late summer, the mild August nights. Many areas around the country with cloud-free conditions tonight that you probably wouldn't have in the winter or earlier in the spring. It's colder, it's cloudier. Then you've got some competition in the sky, the third and final supermoon. It's up there, shining all night long, along with the peak of the Perseids. Obviously, the light of the supermoon's going to wash out many of the dimmer meteors. Yeah, despite the full moon and the sky during the night of maximum activity, meteor rates will still be better than 95% of all other nights this year, according to the American Meteor Society. Obviously, the more stars you can see, the more meteors that would be visible. And they say no matter what time of the night, Perseids can be seen in all portions of the sky this morning. Yeah, different regions of the country. Obviously, if you get the clouds, there are some scattered showers here and there, different parts of the country. So a better night for some versus others. But after the Perseids tonight, the next moderate meteor shower doesn't take place till late October. Yeah, the mid-autumn Orionids don't produce nearly as many shooting stars as the Perseids, but it's still one of the best meteor showers in the fall. A few more meteor showers gracing the night sky throughout the rest of this year. You've got the Leonids in mid-November, the hyperactive Geminids in December, which sometimes can be just as impressive as the Perseids. I think the Geminids, that's the one where every so many years you can get the meteor storm out of that particular light show. Now, another recall tonight. We had one we shared last evening. That was about an ECM issue, not affecting nearly as many trucks. Navistar recalling more than 8,000 trucks after discovering an issue with battery cables. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, certain 2018 to 2021 International Lone Star and 2016 to 21 International LT vehicles. The cables that connect the batteries to the vehicle frame may become excessively hot and in some cases cause battery post separation. Excessively hot battery ground cables may cause personal injury during battery maintenance. In the recall document, they also say, in addition, a battery post that separates from the battery can result in an engine stall with no warning, obviously increasing the risk of crash. Dealers will replace the alternator positive and ground cables and relocate the alternator ground to the starter for the fix on this free of charge. Notification letters going out next month, they tell us. According to the recall report, Navistar trucks in the suspect population were built with Cummins engines. They give the feature code numbers. I'm not going to bore you with all that, but there were also, 260 Lone Star series trucks in the suspect population. The rest of them were LT trucks. So the overwhelming majority, more than 7,000, were the LT trucks. And they said all vehicles, 100% of the population of these vehicles will be affected by this issue. All right, one other industry headline from CDL Life before we get back to your calls at 844-844-3380. At a semi hauling acid overturning in Arizona when the driver tried to pull over for a bathroom break. This goes back here a few days ago, July 31, but documents regarding the incident weren't released by the sheriff's office until Wednesday of this week. According to the Courier, the truck was hauling acid eastbound in the area of Norton Road. At about 30 miles per hour, he pulled over onto the dirt shoulder to take a bathroom break before pulling up to the Stafford mine. The truck driver tells police that the shoulder was muddy as he pulled over, causing the truck to slide to the south, overturning into a cotton field. The truck landed passenger side down. The driver was uninjured, but the truck owned by Barney Trucking, who called another truck so the load of acid could be transferred before righting the rig. That's all the info released, and there you go. A couple of industry headlines here on a Friday morning. Hello to Plowboy. What's going on this morning?
Well, good morning, Steve. Well, Northern Alabama, I ain't seen any of the meteors here yet.
No.
Kind of got a dusty sky, so. I'm sorry, I got one question for you. Is Greg with Sleep Solutions going to be able to make any money off these damn little bitty spiders?
The sleeping spiders, right.
Yeah, surely half of them got to have sleep apnea.
Got to have, yeah.
When you said that, remember that study that Long Ranger brought up 5-10 years ago? How silly is that spider study? And have that walking and damn shrimp up that damn treadmill. That 10 years ago, and I thought, good grief, how stupid is this dang tank? What think tanks we got to blow money? But the other night I seen something. I haven't. Maybe you brought it up, but I've seen this. Have you seen where North Korea is talking about siding with Russia?
I can't say that I have, no.
They're talking about letting 100,000 North Koreans go over to Russia to fight in Ukraine.
Wow. Oh, no, I hadn't heard
don't
that.
know how true of a story that was, but if you want to look that up sometime.
Okay.
I've seen that. It was just kind of like, no, we don't need this. Because this is getting to be too crazy. But, Steve, I got a question. You heard anybody talking about the low freights? Because right now, I work at one of your bigger box stores down there. And at the DC. And normally we got sold at least 120 to 180, sometimes 200 loads.
Mm-hmm.
Right now we're doing good. We got 20 loads on our inbound side.
Wow.
Yes, sir. I mean, our freight has dropped off that dramatically. I noticed it about a week and a half ago. We can do about 40 to 50 containers in a 2-day period. And also we've got, like I said, we got less than 20 containers and other dry vans on our yard. Yes, sir. I don't know whether this is coming from all that garbage going on out there on the West Coast or what. Or maybe people are tired of the cheap freight as far as your fuel goes, and they're just refusing to haul it. I don't know what's going on. Really, I don't. I was just kind of curious whether...
I mean, interesting because, we watch, I say the Economist and all watch the trucking industry because what's going on in trucking is a bellwether of the overall economy. When things are strong, the economy is getting stronger. Trucking, when freight's slowing down and when things are slowing down in trucking, normally that means in 60, 90 days, you see that transitioning over into the general economy. This whole thing about 2 consecutive quarters of growth, numbers down, the technical definition of recession, just kind of wonder if, are we beginning to see those signs in the trucking industry?
Well, my question is this. Are we seeing what's going on out there on the coast as far as all them damn freighters sitting out there waiting to unload? Are we seeing what transpired, 3 or 4 weeks ago with all
the protests,
major
the Ab5
zones over
thing
in China being shut down as last round of COVID?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I'm really scratching my head on what's going on there. And like I said, normally we got at least 120 loads at all times, sir. But I don't know. It's just a question because I know you had some Meyer drivers, and we got one of our distribution centers just north of North through y'all up there to West Jefferson, and I mean it's just really kind of thinking whether we've really hit something when they were talking about the freight slowdowns.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's China is controlling our economy, but put it that way. I heard some, I don't know how true it was, Did you hear where that airhead said today our inflation rate was at 0?
Yes, we had zero inflation in July, according to the president.
What a damn dingbat. I mean, good grief, Steve. This is getting really seriously pathetic with what he puts out.
Yeah. I mean, I know what he's trying to say. Technically, he's saying no inflation in July compared to June. It was flat. Still inflation, but no growth in inflation from June to July. But yeah, we're 8.5% up year over year in the month of July.
Yes, sir. It's a head scratcher with what we're dealing with, Steve. Really, it is. The stupidity. No. But by the way, did Jimmy Goucher get all the storage paid for up there in Louisville? You're going to have plenty of skull busters to drink next year at the Louisville Truck Show up there.
Right. Yeah, that was alcohol abuse. I'm sure he's crying when he saw that photograph out of Louisville. Whole truckload of Bud Light. All right, what do we got? A couple minutes before we hit top of the hour, we'll get our news update. Or, as a matter of fact, rolling up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast there. All right. And we'll get back to your calls. Plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Our old pal Vic checking in via email this past morning. Steve, the Democrats' hypocrisy is well known. But it was just 2 years ago that the Democrats were defending those people burning down our cities, causing general mayhem, death, and destruction, while justifying non-compliance with law enforcement to the extent they wanted to defund the police. Yes, they did. The Trump raid is unprecedented in American history. Generally, warrants of this nature are only issued after lengthy investigations. Remember Sheriff Joe running afoul of the law because law enforcement is not allowed to ask citizen status unless there's probable cause that the individual is an illegal entrant. Now, accepting the fringe element, it'd be nice to know what violent rhetoric the Democrats are talking about, as well as any unauthorized classified documents in Trump's possession. And these documents go to the National Archives after a period of time and have to be signed for. I'm not sure of the current process, but if Trump had illicit documents, he could have easily stored them overseas. And this raid coinciding with the New York Attorney General's investigation, I don't know, is that just a convenient coincidence right now? Separately, on the subject of police violence, you know, that bit of hesitation and concern about an arrest going wrong is costing police their lives. About a month ago, there was an Elwood, Indiana officer killed on a traffic stop by a person getting out of their car, firing an AK-47, walking up and shooting the officer in the head. Now, this perpetrator was in prison, but had his charges reduced for good behavior, allowing him to get out early. Then you've got the reluctance of citizens furnishing any tips to police, which are hindering investigations. Lastly, energy prices. Europe traditionally takes a holiday in August, affecting many financial markets. Once they're back, they begin preparing for winter. With this Russia-Ukraine situation, it will be interesting to see how effective the request for voluntary energy reduction among the people there is going to be. Yeah, haven't much talked about it on this program, but throughout the European Union, they're gearing up, making preparations. It may be a long, long, cold winter. They may not have the energy to keep people warm. They're begging for people to conserve, reduce their natural gas consumption. so they can try to stockpile enough to get through the winter. And that's all about the Russian oil pipeline, which has been cut back. What are they, down to 20% on the Nord Stream 1? Only sending 20% of what they typically would be sending through that pipeline to Europe. And it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
A suspect was killed in a gunfire exchange with officers following an hours-long standoff in Cincinnati, Ohio. Officials said the standoff began after the suspect attempted to breach the Cincinnati FBI field office and then led officers on a pursuit.
A gunfire was exchanged between officers on scene and the suspect.
Authorities did not give any indication of a possible motive for the breach, but said the incident is still under investigation. A firefighter battling an Oregon blaze died after he was struck by a tree while he was fighting the Big Swamp Fire. The U.S. Forest Service has confirmed the fire, which broke out August 1st, is 0% contained. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is suing the Attorney General because he wants New York State to pay for his legal bills as he defends himself against a workplace sexual harassment claim. Cuomo filed the suit against Attorney General Letitia James, arguing that James violated state law by denying him public assistance for his defense. In April, right after James held a news conference where she called Cuomo a, quote, serial sexual harasser and, quote, sick, pathetic man, the suit says she denied the ex-governor's request for representation, which is in violation of laws providing protection for Cuomo when the allegations stem from a time when he, quote, was acting within the scope of his employment or duties. There has been no comment yet from the Attorney General's office. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A judge declared a mistrial after jurors said they couldn't reach a unanimous verdict in dispute over whether two engineering firms should bear some responsibility for Flint's lead-contaminated water. The two engineering firms were accused of not doing enough to get Flint to treat their highly corrosive water or to urge a return to a regional water supplier. Flint's water became contaminated in 2014 through 2015 because water pulled from the Flint River wasn't treated to reduce the corrosive effect of lead pipes. Citing costs, managers appointed by then-Governor Rick Snyder stopped using water from a Detroit agency and switched to the river while awaiting a new pipeline. The NBA for the first time will be retiring a jersey number.
The NBA is going to retire Celtics legend Bill Russell's number 6 league-wide. Russell passed away late last month at the age of 88. He becomes the first player in NBA history to have his number retired by the entire league. All players will also wear a patch on the right shoulder of their jerseys during the upcoming season. Every arena's court will also display a clover-shaped logo with the number 6 inside. Russell was a 5-time MVP and 11-time world champion. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, there you go. Welcome into a Friday. Crossing over the midnight hour for our friends there on the West Coast. 12:09 Pacific, 3:09 Eastern. On a Friday morning. Who else checks in this early Friday? Hello to Cliff. Just a shout out. Have a good weekend. Thank you very much. There's Lee on board, just saying good morning. Bidu checks in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. There's our buddy Rick in Columbus. Hope things are going well on that first cup of coffee, right? About a half hour ago. Probably on cup 3 by now. Let's see, who else? Michael on board. There's, hey, Lucky Penny. Hi there, Lucky Penny. Morning, Steve. Lucky Penny checking in. I'm in Pittsburgh Hospital, getting to be with my brother, getting open heart surgery, having 2 valves replaced. Just wanted to check in, thinking about you guys. Everybody be safe out there. All right, prayers. Hope everything goes well with the surgery for your brother there, Lucky Penny. Keep us informed, of course. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Trying to get the latest, and this whole Cincinnati office FBI breach attempt. This report from the Journal News says an armed man wearing body armor who tried to breach the Cincinnati FBI field office Thursday shot and killed by law enforcement during a more than 6-hour standoff that closed major roads. Officials at first attempting to negotiate, then tried to use less than lethal means, which also failed. Suspect then raised a firearm toward law enforcement. Shots were fired by law enforcement. Officers on the scene there. According to the State Highway Patrol, Lieutenant Dennis gave a 6 p.m. media briefing. He said at that point the suspect was deceased, succumbed to his injuries at the scene. Of course, everything's still under investigation. The FBI's Inspection Division is reviewing the shooting in accordance with FBI policy, according to a spokesman this past evening. The Highway Patrol, I guess the tweet came out that says, on August 11, troopers from the Ohio State Highway Patrol responded to I-71 in an attempt to locate an armed suspect who fled from the FBI Cincinnati field office. They identified the man killed about 3:45 in the afternoon. He was believed to have, now this is the interesting, he was believed to have been present at the Capitol on January 6th. Now, this official, who could not discuss the details of the investigation, speaking on condition of anonymity. Also, federal investigators are examining whether Schiffer had any sort of far-right extremist group ties to the likes of maybe the Proud Boys, they said. Either way, the Clinton Emergency Management Agency announced about 4:30 in the afternoon the standoff was over. The lockdown had been lifted. Most of the roads had been reopened. The unidentified man tried to get past the visitor screening area just after 9 a.m. Upon the activation of an alarm and a response by armed special agents, the subject fled northbound on Interstate 71. A white Crown Victoria headed north on 71. A trooper in Warren County spotted the vehicle a little after 9:30 a.m., attempting a traffic stop. Dennis said during an afternoon media briefing a few hours before the standoff ended, the pursuit ensued out of that. Throughout the pursuit that continued northbound on 71, the suspect vehicle was apparently firing shots, I guess, at chasing officers. The Crown Victoria got off I-71 at State Route 73, headed east to Smith Road, where he went north, almost over top I-71. So it was just before 10 a.m. when the vehicle came to a stop. Once the vehicle stopped, gunfire was exchanged between officers on the scene and the suspect. The man took cover behind his car for hours near a cornfield. Multiple federal, state, and local law enforcement, including the Dayton Bomb Squad, responded to Clinton County. Homes and businesses within a 1-mile radius were pretty much locked down. Residents and businesses in the area should lock their doors and remain visited, said the EMA Post. Now, the confrontation at the Cincinnati field offices, officials had warned of an increase of threats against federal agents after the search of Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. Federal officials say they've been tracking some concerning chatter on a social media site known as Gab, which supposedly is popular with some white supremacist groups and anti-Semites and other platforms threatening violence against federal agents. So, again, that's not a whole lot more information in the mix there, but that's what the investigation is surrounding here on a Friday morning. Jolly Green Giant joins us. Morning, Jolly Green.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I want to talk about the IRS. Yesterday, I was listening on your show, and I heard on the news that the guy, the head of the IRS, said that they were not targeting the middle-class Americans, okay?
Yes,
that
sir.
they were not going to target us. But I seen on the internet, Flash was telling me that they are in the process of hiring 67,000 new agents, and it said right on the internet that they were going to target the middle-class Americans. So, I mean, what do you believe? I mean, the news said they're not going to target the middle-class Americans, and yet the internet says they are. I mean, I don't understand the misinformation.
Well, what you're seeing,
know?
when you say the internet, it was a nonpartisan group that went through the numbers of what could be collected by these agents, and they broke it down by income categories, and many of those that will be seen, increased audits will be people making less than $400,000. And that's what the IRS is trying to say. No, that's a... They're juggling their rhetoric as they always do, Jolly Green. You know, Biden said when he was on the campaign trail, those that make less than $400,000 will not pay another penny in taxes. Well, that's different than going after those who make under $400,000 with an IRS audit sort of thing. It's apples and oranges being compared.
Well, that's also look at another thing, Steve. I appreciate that information. Why are these agents got to carry? Why is the IRS going to carry a handgun? Why? What kind of criminals do they think they're going after? So must be some dangerous criminals out there that are, that are guilty of tax evasion. Well, we better go after them with a handgun. We better pull our gun out. I mean, what's up with that? Steve, I tell you what. And then this incident in Cincinnati you were talking about, I hate to say this, but I really think our government wants violence. I really, truly, that's the impression I'm getting. I think they really want it. They want violence. I mean, it's just when you're arming the IRS with handguns, they're expecting violence? I mean, give me a break. It's a white-collar crime. And most of those individuals are not violent. Now, I also want to say, Steve, I heard from a reliable source from GMA Enterprises that a load of dynamite was delivered to some secret bunker here in Cincinnati. Now, is that a true story?
Does that sound like dynamite?
That's what I want to hear, Steve.
It's kind of...
I'm glad that you finally put a dynamite button in your studio.
I think it's kind of wimpy. I did find a special sound effects site. I really liked the old one, but I think that's like Moose said that this board plays things like in mono. That sounds a whole lot louder in stereo. So I guess you're getting half the effect through this little device here. But there you go. It beats a blank, I guess. Right? Beats a blank. Let me see. Under the how is this possible category, we all recall the incident of the truck driver that, well, he wasn't driving a big rig at the time, but he was a CDL license holder. The 26-year-old commercial driver that killed 7 bikers here a couple of years ago. I think this was all the way back. I think it's 2019. Not guilty on all charges this week. The deaths of the 7 veteran motorcycle club members during that head-on collision. You say, how is this possible? While under the influence of illegal drugs, Vladimir Zukovsky colliding with the group of motorcyclists. Yeah, Jarheads MC was their group. June 21, it was 2019, there it is. Killing 7, including U.S. Marine veterans, and injuring several others. Those killed, including Jarheads Motorcycle Club president Albert Mazza, Edward and Joanne Kaur, Michael Ferrazzi, Desma Oaks, Daniel Pierre, and Aaron Perry. Now, he was driving a 2016 Dodge 2500 pickup truck at the time of this. Again, not an 18-wheeler. Allegedly crossed the double yellow line into oncoming traffic. According to laboratory examination, Zukovsky tested positive for cocaine, fentanyl, and opiates following the crash. Zukovsky was also reportedly reaching for a drink at the time of the crash. Charged with 7 counts of manslaughter, 7 counts of negligent homicide, and 1 count of reckless conduct. After a 12-day trial, a jury at the Coos County Superior Court in Lancaster returning not guilty verdicts on all charges. Now, the judge had dismissed 8 drug and alcohol charges against Zukovsky during the trial, arguing that there was insufficient evidence for a jury to find beyond a reasonable doubt that Zukovsky was impaired at the time of the crash. The public defender argued during the trial that witness accounts of the accident had been contradictory. He also argued that Mazza was one of the bikers, had actually caused the crash because he was driving his motorcycle while drunk. Wasn't looking where he was going, lost control of his bike, and slid into the oncoming truck. Now, prosecutors argued that while Mazza's impairment was a poor choice on his part, that is not proof that he caused the accident. According to the New York Times, the New Hampshire Assistant Attorney General said during the closing arguments that, quote, not one person saw Mazza impaired or driving off the road, but every person on that road saw the defendant all over it. Zukovsky's family said they're grateful to God, the court, and the defense team for an honest and fair trial. Yeah, the prosecutor called the effort to blame Mazza for the crash a fanciful story, frivolous distraction. He also noted Zukovsky actually told first responders, quote, obviously I caused the crash. He was crystal clear from the very beginning that he caused this crash. That's what he said because that is what happened. Killed 7 people and he gets off. It's unbelievable. Even his father said in reaction to that verdict, killing 7 people and he gets off. Doesn't make much sense, says the father. There are 7 people dead. There are 7 families affected. It's strange that he didn't get something. Yeah, the elder Mazza, the father of the motorcyclist, described his son as a good man. He said the defense was wrong to blame his son for the accident, but that was an amazing twist and a turn for what seemed to be, an open and shut case. Especially with the admission to first officers on the scene. Obviously, I caused the crash. All right, back to the phones we go. Is this Larry?
Yes, sir. How you doing, Steve? Afternoon.
Good afternoon. What's happening? Hammer down.
Not much. Yepper. Yeah, that odor down there in Paulsboro, I don't know how to explain it. To me, it smells more like a hot tar or asphalt. Real, real strong odor of that. But they got signs at the ramp that the truck stop is still closed. I went past there tonight again.
Really?
in my path. Yeah. I don't live that far from there, so I'm in between where I pick up and where I deliver is in between there. And but they had the ramps open. Trucks were getting off at the sign at the top of the ramp. You can see from the roadway that the truck stop is closed. And this afternoon on the news there, that Channel 6, I sent you the articles the other day, didn't show that many trucks in there, but when I went past last night and looked over there, it looked like it was pretty full up. So I don't know what's going on.
So I'm assuming the tanker must still be there then, if they've still got the truck stop closed?
What they showed yesterday afternoon on the news, yes, it was still there.
Okay.
And there's a truck right next to it that they won't let him move because they're afraid, it could be start a fire or something.
Wow.
So they had an overhead view of it, on the news yesterday at noontime.
Mm-hmm.
So it does stink. I mean, I smelled it that night it happened, I guess it was. I didn't know nothing about it. I smelled the odor. I didn't think much of it because I ran out of it. Well, I guess the way the wind was blowing, it pushed it away. But when I came back down Thursday morning, I smelled that odor way up above Cherry Hill, like they're saying on that news, all the way down past there. And then last night coming up, you could smell it for a little ways up the road. It wasn't as strong, but it was still there.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking if like Philly Dan said, he was like 12 miles away and he smelled, if you could smell it from 12 miles away, it must have been mighty darn strong there at the truck stop area.
Oh, yeah, it was. I mean, it pierced you. I mean, it's like, cutting grass, how you get that real fresh grass smell when you ride by somebody cutting grass.
Yep.
That's how it pierced you when you went by there. But like I said, the signs are saying it's closed off, but it looked like it had a lot of trucks in there last night, so maybe a lot of them are just still sitting there. I don't know.
Yeah.
From what that overhead shot was compared to what I've seen, it looked a little bit different. But it does stink down there, believe me, you.
Okay.
I live the opposite way from it, so we don't smell it where I live, but we're not that far from there, maybe 7 miles at the most. But the people living around there, I got friends that live around that area. I haven't talked to none of them because being out here, the truck, I don't see them till the weekend if I see them then. And I'll find out how bad it is for them, but it's got to be bad living right in that area. But it's got to stick with you. It's got to be one of the motors that's going to stick with you.
Okay, yeah, right.
For a while.
Rotten eggs.
Yeah, it's bad. I mean, it's hard to explain it, but it is bad. But I figured I'd let you know. I didn't see no more on Channel 6 for anything. I sent you one earlier today. I don't know if you got it or not. Probably about 10,000 below the list there. The time of day I sent it. I was getting ready to go to bed. And, I don't know. I didn't see the 4 o'clock news. I was sleeping. So I don't know what else is happening to it. Like I said, other than when I rode by there tonight when I seen. But I imagine somebody's going to owe that truck stop an awful lot of money.
I would say, and it's kind of weird that they haven't identified what the trucking company is. They still haven't divulged that. Who owns it?
I want to say Chemical. I think I've seen Chemical written on there.
Okay.
But I'm going to. I tried to look for the picture tonight, but I couldn't find nothing. I was sitting there for a little bit. Going to go through the articles again to see if I can find it and get that overhead. Because the overhead showed something on the back of it. That's what it looked like. But who knows how many? There's a lot of them have that name on there. But could say something else along with it.
Right.
I didn't see it. But
well, I appreciate the heads up there, Larry.
All right. Hear any more? I'll let you know. Have a good one.
All right. Thank you. Hammer down. Be safe out there. That's our friend Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. At the bottom of the hour news break here, and back to your calls at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
The Center for Disease Control and Prevention has updated its guidelines for fighting coronavirus, saying it would no longer recommend restrictive measures like quarantining after exposure to an infected person, social distancing, and testing to screen for symptoms. The decision to revise the suggested protocol stems from the recognition that the vast majority of the U.S. population has, at this point, acquired a level of immunity, either from vaccination or infection. Western countries agreed to continue long-term funding to help Ukraine's military keep fighting, saying 1.5 billion euros have been pledged so far and more is coming. It's been nearly 5.5 months after Russia invaded Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And I was just looking, scrolling through, and one of our listening friends had posted some video this past evening from over at Florence Speedway. I forgot they had big event. Big money on the line this weekend, Florence Speedway. You know, the roundy round racers on the dirt track. It's the North-South 100. So it started last evening, Thursday evening. And qualifying heats, B-mains, 2 $5,000 to win feature races. Now, that's in the books. Tonight, Friday night. Complete show, qualifying, heats, B-mains, and again, 2 $5,000 to win features. Now, Thursday and Friday, the drivers accumulate points those first 2 nights, I guess, to be in the big event, to line up for Saturday's heat races. Saturday, we'll have heats, B-mains, a non-qualifiers race, and then $75,000 to win. $2,500 to start. You get $2,500 just to make the starting field for the main event. I have no idea how many racers from around the country will be there, but that's a big money event. I guarantee all the best of the best. I know I did check my guy, Dale McDowell from Chickamauga, Georgia, is in town racing at the Florence Speedway, so I'll just assume the likes of Brandon Overton and some of the big names, probably Scott Bloomquist may be there. Oh boy, some of the biggest and the best in dirt track racing converging on Florence Speedway this weekend. Well, since the Princess already has my schedule lined out for Friday night, I may just have to put that on my schedule for Saturday night. CB is on board. What's going on, CB?
Hey, real good there, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I got a real quick question. I mean, I'm not really intelligent about this stuff, but if Trump had these documents, now he's been out of office, about a year and a half now?
Right.
How come it's taken this long for them to? I mean, is this what type of intelligence we got in this country?
All I've heard is supposedly the Office of National Archives or something has been asking for this and asking for that. I mean, supposedly they've been working with them and giving them whatever they need. And what necessitated this unprecedented raid is what we're all, including the Trump, the Trump people are all saying, we've been working with them. Supposedly, they had a visit from the FBI back in early June, according to one report I heard. And Trump supposedly was actually there at the time, and he said, give them whatever they want. He was working with them. And I think remember I shared the story last evening where Trump said that they asked us to put an additional lock on that particular storage room, which he said we did, put another lock on it, and then they just come in to break that lock on Monday. It makes no sense.
Well, I was kind of thinking, so So with Hunter Biden's thing, so somewhere around December, they might be checking, the intelligence might be checking in on that then. Because
Right.
it takes them this long, maybe.
Yep.
You know, hey, and a little bit of humor there. This spider thing that they're talking about, I know where they got this from, was they did a sleep apnea study on Superman. And that's the reason I knew I was dreaming and stuff. and then the other one is do you remember, of course, you as a DJ, do you remember Luke the Drifter?
I do, yes.
Hank Williams, but if you can dig up, it's a song called No No Joe. And I think he knew Joe back in 1950.
Wow.
Just after you listen to that song, you'll go, man, he had it right. But that's all I got for you. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you very much. Have a great morning and a good weekend there, CB.
You too.
All right. Yeah, I kind of figured it. I pulled up the lineup from last year's North-South 100. Yeah, all the big names. Wow, this is like a can't miss event. I guess for the main event, last year's North-South 100 had Brandon Overton, Tim McCready from Watertown, New York, Jonathan Davenport. There you go, all the biggest names. Jimmy Owens, Josh Rice. Of course, Josh Rice, hometown there, based out of Verona, Kentucky. Of course, he had the big win here there at Florence Speedway just a few weeks ago. Hometown favorite in Josh Rice. Kyle Bronson, Nick Hoffman, Tyler Erb, Stormy Scott, Ricky Thornton, Hudson O'Neill, Kyle Strickler, Josh Richards, Earl Pearson Jr. And again, this is all last year's lineup for the main event there at the North-South 100. They'll all be there. All right, back to the calls we go here. Who got Right Wing Nut?
Yes, right, Ring Nut, yeah. I just got a little frog in my throat.
It's those damn cigars.
Yeah, well, I hadn't had one in a while, and I think I need to get me one. That and a good stiff drink. Anyways, I got two serious things to talk about. These liberals going after the conservative right. Well, I tell you what, they can come after me all they want. They ain't gonna find squat. And they got to remember one thing: what comes around goes around. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Yes, sir.
And if someone can call up 5-7, let him know the difference between a goose and a gander. Dadgummit, I need a cigar. I'd like to see them have their ways, sitting their butts in that seat, getting accused of things and not having anybody there to defend them. Yeah, we'll see who starts screaming foul and unfair and unconstitutional. So, that's enough of number one. Number two, I was at a truck stop earlier this evening, and damn, they had a power spike at his truck stop, and all the workers were screaming, "Hallelujah! Stay, stay, stay!" And the power came on, and they were all disappointed.
Back to work.
Yeah. I was over there at old McDonald's farm. I guess the guy's name's Ronnie, Donald, Donnie, whatever his name is. Yeah, I had ordered up some hamburgers right before that spike. And then here I'm sitting there for about 15 minutes wondering what in the hell's going on. And they said, we can't do anything because we ain't got the computers on to see what you ordered. And I said, well, I got the receipt. Will that help? Right. Yeah, that'll help. I mean, they wanted me to sit there in that damn place for 30 minutes while their computers came to life. Other people would come in and they got those, what they call kiosks or key something or another.
Yeah.
It's like a standing billboard you walk up to and you punch a number and put in your card. And there's a couple people there, and I said, I wouldn't even worry about it. I said, they can't do nothing without seeing it on their computer. And some little smart-ass kid from behind the counter says, well, you can order from there, but we can't see it. So, if food don't cook by itself, we have to do it.
Uh-huh.
Where the hell is customer service at these days? I mean, you could have just grabbed that kid by the neck and rattled his head and heard the marbles in there. I mean, there ain't nothing in them damn noggins of these kids these days. Oh, I need a cigar bad. Well, I'll leave you with a Friday funny. How about that? These three doctors got together and they're all bragging about their latest victories in world of medicine. One says, this motorcycle driver lost his leg in an accident, and I put it back on, and wouldn't you know it, he kicked the winning field goal in the Super Bowl. The other doctor said, well, I had one that lost his arm in a construction accident, and wouldn't you know it, the next year he threw a no-hitter in a World Series.
Wow.
I was like, yeah, that's pretty good. And the third doctor said, well, he just said his brains were scattered everywhere.
You're breaking up before you get to the punchline. Wingnut, you go back to your third patient. His brains were scattered everywhere?
Yeah, he was riding a bicycle, and he fell over and hit the road, and his brains were all over the gravel. And he said, I went ahead and lined him right back up, put his brains in, fixed his head, and wouldn't you know it, he is now the President of the United States. Oh, I tell you what, that third doctor should have been shot.
Yeah, you're Friday Follies. All right, Wingnut, right wing nut. Emphasis, highlights on the nut. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And Now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we head up towards 4 a.m. Eastern time, based on the story Larry sent me, this may still be an active scene. Serious crash in Newark, Delaware. Shutting down all southbound lanes of I-95 Thursday night. Happened a little before 11 o'clock in the evening. Now, police say a vehicle went underneath a tractor trailer, caught fire. The update here said the highway was still shut down as of 1 a.m. this morning. Police issued a news release saying the road closure is anticipated to be lengthy. No estimated time for a reopening. So, I mean, obviously, and looking at, there's one photograph that was shared with this particular story, to which appears to me that the big truck, the cab of the truck, which is pretty much totally burned out, nothing much left but the frame and the engine, which is sitting atop the back half of an automobile. Can't even tell what kind of vehicle that is, but for the individual that would have been in that automobile, I don't think it would look good. And even the driver of the tractor trailer, depending on how quickly things were engulfed, so may very well be a fatality incident. But all right, thanks for the heads up there, Larry. 5-7 on board this Friday. What's going on, 5-7?
Well, meanwhile, a girl that grew up in the South, never drove in any kind of snow. She had a 19-year-old. She had a career move up north. It was, news had it that there was a great big blizzard. Well, she had given all kinds of advice from her daddy, and when she got up there, sure enough, she got into a bad snowstorm, but she was able to pull over into a safe spot, and she remembered what her daddy said. You wait until a snowplow comes by. You get in behind him, he'll keep you moving. So, sure enough, about an hour later, here comes a snowplow. So she gets in and falls in behind him. And she stays in behind him about 2 hours, and finally, the snowplow noticed her sitting back there, and he stops, gets out, and said, "Ma'am, is everything okay?" And she relates the story that her daddy told her, and he goes, "Well, ma'am, I'm done with the Walmart parking lot. You want to follow me over to Target?" Meanwhile, the fella that got shot, all right. Where is he in eternity? Fight. There's your fight. All right. He did not do anything, just like anybody on the 6th that violated our Capitol and went in there. And remember, that's their property. It's their property. But we agreed to allow our elected officials, our government, to operate and do business in that building. But if you shoved a law enforcement officer, if you did anything to harm anything or even break our properties, but if you shoved a law enforcement officer, then 20 years, I don't care, put them away. Because bottom line is, Donald Trump has done a great thing for this country. He's drained the swamp. And apparently, he's even drained the swamp down enough to show how corrupt major law enforcement is. And the only thing these people have done is stab Donald Trump in the back. There is no way this young man did anything. Of course, it's still, give me credit, that may have nothing to do with sex or with what raid on Donald Trump's house yet. Like they say, innocent until proven guilty, or at least get the evidence first for making a judgment. But, Donald Trump has done great things for us, and so far we've held up. They're not going to be talking about Bernie Sanders and supporter shooting and injuring Steve Scalise. You got all the way up to almost all these people, that up there around your area. That really strange guy, he shot up everybody up there. You had people down in Texas shot up.
and they were all supporters of the Democrat. Lord Gabby Giffords, the shooter on Gabby Giffords was one of her own supporters. So really, every time I turn around, it's not a conservative that's done this. So this young man did nothing to help us. All he did was stab Donald Trump in the back. And he's facing eternity now. But shoot, fight. Who do you shoot? Like Pappy said, he knows good men at the FBI. He knows good. That's the point. Who do you fight? Who do you shoot? Most of these people in law enforcement that I know of, my grandson's in it, they're good people. They're there to help. There's just something in them. Instead of when they hear the shots, they don't run. Just like the guys that see the smoke and the fire, they don't run. They run to it. And they put their lives on their lines for us. And it's just, they're amazing people. But the best fight, the best tool we have right now, and it's what's being fought, and it's being fought over and trying to be diluted, it's our vote. And it aggravates me to death to hear it. Hey, vote. It don't matter your vote. It don't matter about your vote. Your vote don't matter. Well, they're still spending billions of dollars to get us to vote one way or the other. They're spending even a whole bunch of more money trying to corrupt that vote. But it's apparently our vote means that much that they're willing to spend that kind of money to get my one single vote to go one way or the other. So just as long as we've got that, we've got some power over there. That's what they're afraid of. That's probably the only thing that a politician is afraid of is the vote. Their supporters vote. So we're still here. We're still at it. This raid on Donald Trump's house. I lost your signal, and I don't know what happened. Even though I was on the phone, it wouldn't go through. But of all things, Megyn Kelly's on there on the news feed. And of all things, remember, Megyn Kelly and Donald Trump are not real tight. But Megyn Kelly was on there saying that Donald Trump, this raid on Donald Trump is shit. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It was pure bull. I said IT. It's just, I'm trying to be, that's not what she said. That's not what she said.
I said shish kebab.
There you go. And I'd love somebody, Steve, wouldn't you love to have the job to go stand there before Merrick Garland, and after he's telling you that it's all this evidence and all this proof, wouldn't you love to go stand in front of this man's face and say, how can you prove that in the chain of custody, one of your people didn't slide something in one of those boxes? Because nobody knows what happened between the time you got in there, picked up them boxes, and come out. Nobody knows because you chased everybody out. The chain of custody there was nobody there to verify.
Yeah, and we don't know, and we have no idea what your agents took in with them either.
And your credibility and your honor has totally been demolished, not by your agents in the field from all over the country, but by you, sir, because you have showed nothing but partisanship against Donald Trump. It feels like you've been trying to nail him all the way down the line, and you've been working with people that's wanting to do nothing.
I mean, he comes out yesterday, and his quote was, "Faithful adherence to the rule of law is the bedrock principle of the Justice Department and our democracy. Upholding the rule of law means applying the law evenly without fear or favor." Tell me this, 5-7, what the hell has our Merrick Garland done about the rule of law along our southern border?
Thank you. Hey, you wanted me to tell you what he's done, so here it is.
That's it. Nothing.
Hey,
our attorney general gets to pick and choose which particular individuals or topics or issues that he believes needs the rule of law that needs to be upheld. It's not across the board, the rule of law. It's what he decides he wants to pick and choose to uphold the rule of law, because he ain't done a damn thing about the rule of law on our southern border. Fact. And we get our final hour coming up here. Jump on board. Plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
A suspect was killed in a gunfire exchange with officers following an hours-long standoff in Cincinnati, Ohio. Officials said the standoff began after the suspect attempted to breach the Cincinnati FBI field office and then led officers on a pursuit.
A gunfire was exchanged between officers on scene and the suspect.
Authorities did not give any indication of a possible motive for the breach, but said the incident is still under investigation. A firefighter battling an Oregon blaze died after he was struck by a tree while he was fighting the Big Swamp Fire. The U.S. Forest Service has confirmed the fire, which broke out August 1st, is 0% contained. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is suing the Attorney General because he wants New York State to pay for his legal bills as he defends himself against a workplace sexual harassment claim. Cuomo filed the suit against Attorney General Letitia James, arguing that James violated state law by denying him public assistance for his defense. In April, right after James held a news conference where she called Cuomo a, quote, serial sexual harasser and, quote, sick, pathetic man, the suit says she denied the ex-governor's request for representation, which is in violation of laws providing protection for Cuomo when the allegations stem from a time when he, quote, was acting within the scope of his employment or duties. There has been no comment yet from the Attorney General's office. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A judge declared a mistrial after jurors said they couldn't reach a unanimous verdict in dispute over whether two engineering firms should bear some responsibility for Flint's lead-contaminated water. The two engineering firms were accused of not doing enough to get Flint to treat their highly corrosive water or to urge a return to a regional water supplier. Flint's water became contaminated in 2014 through 2015 because water pulled from the Flint River wasn't treated to reduce the corrosive effect of lead pipes. Citing costs, managers appointed by then-Governor Rick Snyder stopped using water from a Detroit agency and switched to the river while awaiting a new pipeline. The NBA for the first time will be retiring a jersey number.
The NBA is going to retire Celtics legend Bill Russell's number 6 league-wide. Russell passed away late last month at the age of 88. He becomes the first player in NBA history to have his number retired by the entire league. All players will also wear a patch on the right shoulder of their jerseys during the upcoming season. Every arena's court will also display a clover-shaped logo with the number 6 inside. Russell was a 5-time MVP and 11-time world champion. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Final hour underway. There we go on a Friday morning. TGIF. Get ready for the weekend. Any big plans for your weekend? I guess we've talked enough about Garland and the FBI raid this morning. Let's get to some of the other industry headlines. Several other interesting tidbits in the week. This week, prosecutors actually dropped fraud charges against 2 of the high-level former executives for the shuttered Indiana trucking company Celadon. Yes, we all remember Celadon. Let's see. Federal prosecutors dismissing charges against William Meek, the former chief operating officer of Celadon Group, and Bobby Lee Pevler, former chief financial officer for Celadon, stating that the incident should be dismissed without prejudice in the interest of justice. You go back to December of 2019, these 2 were charged with 1 count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud, bank fraud, securities fraud, 5 counts of wire fraud, 2 counts of securities fraud, and on the list goes. Pevler was charged with 2 additional counts of making false statements to a public company's accountants. Those charges were issued just days before Celadon Group Incorporated filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy and abruptly shut their doors, leaving about 4,000 Celadon workers jobless just before the holidays. The charges against these 2 were related to their alleged role in this complex securities and accounting fraud scheme that resulted in a loss of more than $60 million in shareholder value. U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Indiana described this scheme in detail when the charges against the 2 executives were announced in December of 2019. I'll skip through all that, but Celadon, of course, founded in 1985, was the largest provider of international truckload services in North America, operating 3,300 tractors and 10,000 trailers at the time of the bankruptcy announcement. Walmart in the mix. I saw the photos earlier this week. I didn't know if that was some sort of superimposed or somebody doing some, fancy doctoring of photos, but it was 60-foot refrigerated trailers. I guess it's the real deal. Walmart announcing they've added custom-built 60-foot refrigerated trailers to their Canadian fleet. 60-foot multi-temperature refrigerated trailers. I guess that'll be operating in Canada. The company calls the new trailer the first of its kind for Walmart in North America, designed to improve supply chain efficiency and reduce CO2 emissions, because you can haul more in one trailer, taking supposedly trailers off the road. Yeah, the 60-foot trailer can fit as many as 30 pallets of perishable goods like meat, dry or wet produce, requiring different temperatures as opposed to about 26 pallets for a standard 53-foot trailer. The new trailers allow the Canadian fleet to service stores together that would not normally ship on the same trailer. All right. Created in a partnership with the utility trailer manufacturing company. Latest example of how Walmart Canada is continually innovating with supply chain and pushing boundaries in the industry. Someone questioned, now that you're going to be hauling more freight, are those drivers going to be compensated at a better rate than someone hauling a 53? Well, certainly not. No, they're not going to get a better rate of pay. I don't know, you're adding 7 additional feet onto that trailer, so a 60-footer. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Get back to the calls this morning, I believe. Is it Dave on the line? Morning, Dave.
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hang in with him.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about all this stuff going on with Trump and the spectacle of it all, and it's like, who within the system could we even trust? Like, how will we know what is real or not coming out of this?
I think we're all asking the same questions.
I mean, I just hope that they don't raid my house and see all the naked pictures.
Mm-hmm. We got you. I had that number written down. I should have checked it first. You spent your entire night up, Dave or Bill or whatever your name is, your entire night, wasted on trying to have fun with the Steve Sommers overnight drive. Great to have you being counted as a listener and a participant there. My. Hello to Dipsy Driver. Yeah, the honeydew's keeping me busy this weekend as well. Trimming the hedges, lawn work this past day. Got some perfect weather the next several days. And they're saying maybe a little rain on Saturday. All right. There's Barry on board this morning. Good to have you with us. Norman, got to be visiting the 3 grandkids, the toddlers, this weekend. They're all under the age of 5. I don't know how my son does it. Yeah. I wonder the same thing watching my son with now. He's got 2 kids, and they're both a handful. Not bad kids or anything, but just, I guess, there's a reason we have our children when we're a bit younger. You have more patience, more ability to deal with the stress. It's like, good Lord. It's 844-844-3388. Head on down to Eagle is on board. What's going on this morning? Happy Friday, by the way.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. What's happening?
Yeah, Steve, I want to discuss what happened up there in Cincinnati where you at with this guy who tried to raid the FBI office that was shot down. I just read on my cell phone a few minutes ago. I don't know if you said anything about this. They said that this guy, I don't know what the hell his name is, but they said that he was involved in the January 6th that took place 2 years ago. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, they're saying he was there on January the 6th. Odd thing is, though, There were no weapons there, so we didn't have any. What might he have done? He hasn't been arrested like the hundreds of others that were there on January the 6th.
Yeah. He wasn't arrested or anything. But when he went to the building yesterday, FBI office, he had a gun, and they say he had a whoever the hell. But, I don't know what his intentions was, yesterday. But like I say, they shut him down. Well, and then he pulled over and they shot him. Now, like I say, it's something else that I over to Steve. They said that the FBI has been receiving, since all U.S. other cities and towns. I didn't realize that until today, because people are upset what happened with Donald Trump. Like I said, people, I understand that, Donald Trump got his supporters and everything, Steve, but, these, some people, they taking it a little bit too far, in their support of Donald Trump. You can't be walking into FBI offices and
absolutely
gunning down people. Huh?
Absolutely. No one endorsing any sort of violence. I mean, we touched on that earlier this morning. What we want is to get the truth, the facts of what warranted this raid. I mean, everything I've heard and seen said that Trump had actually been working with them. Somebody's got, somebody. Well, a whole bunch of them have it out for Trump. And then the ultimate goal, I think it's all becoming pretty crystal clear. The ultimate goal is to try to make it so that he cannot run for any sort of federal office again. That's what the goal is.
Yeah. Well, like I said, Steve, a couple of years ago, I would have been real disappointed, at the turn of events and everything. But we have other people, the Republicans have other people that can try to, be president besides Donald Trump. The guy down in Florida. There's several other people that could possibly be candidates, if Donald Trump is taken out, eliminated from the from consideration. Because I've already heard that the Republican committee, they're talking about Donald Trump and all the controversy that's surrounding him right now, and they're thinking about having alternative motives. They might be looking at other people, from what I heard yesterday. Like I said, we'll see what happens with this whole situation. I don't know what they were looking for. They claim he stole documents from the White House. FBI is being real quiet about it. But the only thing I'm trying to say tonight is, you already said it, with violence. There's no reason to be for violence to be involved in it. Because Donald Trump, he's going to take the blame. Donald Trump hasn't said one word to the news media since it happened. But see, he's going to get the bad name. If something bad happens to an FBI agent or something happens in America, he's going to take the blame, just like he did on January 6th. And like I said, no, Donald Trump hasn't said not one word out of his mouth about, what happened on, with this raid. So I just want people to realize that if something bad happens, it's not Trump's fault, because he hasn't even spoken to the media yet. But his followers are making it very difficult. If they want Donald Trump to get in the White House, they need to conduct themselves in a better way. The more actions and the worse that they conduct themselves, the harder it's going to be for so-called for Trump to get back in the White House. That's all I wanted to say tonight. Now, thank you for taking my call.
And that goes across the board. No matter what side of the aisle you're on, it doesn't. And all it takes is, that one. And Lord knows we've got a whole lot of mentally unstable individuals out there across the spectrum. There's crazy right-wingers, there's crazy left-wingers, there's crazy, you name it. There's a lot of nuts out there. Let's get a quick timeout. We'll return to your calls at 844-844-3388 here on a Friday morning.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I got plenty of room for you. Lines available there. Jump on in. You got the number. Yeah, one other update here. They said the search warrant, as we know, for the Mar-a-Lago raid is not public. It was sealed. Filed under seal, as they call it. According to the Daily Mail, it's not even clear that the Trump folks have it. Both Eric Trump and the lawyer for Donald Trump said that a copy of the warrant was not given to the people present at Mar-a-Lago. Eric, I guess yesterday, revealed FBI agents refused to hand over the search warrant for their raid and actually kicked an attorney that was on the property off the property. A new, incisive account of Monday's operation, speaking exclusively to DailyMail.com. The former president's son said the 30 agents who arrived at the property asked staff to turn off security cameras, but they refused. He also said the attorney was forced to stand at the end of the driveway while that team searched inside, allegedly used safe crackers to break into the father's safe. This is just another coordinated attack on my father. And there's no way Joe Biden was kept in the dark about the search, which I've got to believe that. You notice how the White House says we were unaware that Garland works for Joe Biden. I mean, Joe Biden's the boss. Are you trying to tell me that Garland's just running rogue, doing whatever he wants? Do you not think it would be kind of prudent in light of such an extraordinary, unprecedented event that the Attorney General might give a heads up to the sitting president of the United States that we're going to send an army of FBI agents, 30, to raid a former president's home? You don't think that'd be an intelligent thing to do? And then yesterday, to top it off, the White House comes out and said, we were not given a head. We had no idea that Garland was going to make any sort of statement. He comes out and admits that he signed off on the warrant, blah, blah. We heard what he had to say. So Garland's he's just doing whatever the hell he wants. I don't believe that for 1 minute. All right, this latest account is the Department of Justice facing more and more pressure to explain why this search took place. What were the grounds for this? Now, Eric went on to say his father's lawyer, Christina Bobb, was forced to stand at the end of the driveway throughout the raid. There's 30 agents there. They told our lawyer, you have to leave the property right now. Turn off the security cameras. They wouldn't even give her the search warrant. So they showed it to her from about 10 feet away. Oh, yeah, here's your search warrant. They would not give her a copy of the search warrant. Apparently, the staff refused to turn off the cameras. It's not clear whether Trump's lawyer had received a copy subsequent to the initial raid. Be very suspicious of anything you hear in the media attributed to anonymous sources. The supposed leaks from unidentified persons, supposedly with knowledge of either the FBI or Department of Justice, whispering in the ear of reporter scribes, which may or may not reflect reality, or people who don't have actual knowledge, or any sources who exist only in the imagination of the reporters. It is all unreliable. It is a web of deception. Newsweek reports the FBI had an inside source that told them, or told the FBI, what Trump was actually hiding and where it was hidden. And all kinds of, unconfirmed information going around. Now, on that account, Mick Mulvaney spoke this past day. Now, Mick Mulvaney is the former White House chief of staff under Trump. Said if this be true, somebody very close to Trump tipped off the FBI before the raid. Here we are, 3 days after the raid. As multiple reports say, the raid was related to the handling of presidential records, blah, blah, blah. Now, Rolling Stone reported that Trump asked associates if they think his phones were bugged by the feds. Government sources say, no, this was a result of a confidential human source. Now, this is rather interesting. Mulvaney, who asked who in Trump's inner circle would have known the location of the since confiscated documents. Mulvaney said, I didn't even know there was a safe at Mar-a-Lago, and I was chief of staff for 15 months. This would be someone who's handling things on a day-to-day basis, who would know where documents were. It would have to be someone very close to the president. My guess is, Mulvaney said, there's probably maybe 6 or 8 people who would have that kind of information. I don't really know the inner circle these days, so I can't give any names who would come to mind. But I think your instinct's a good one. If you know where the safe is and you know that the documents are in 10 boxes that are in the basement, you're pretty close to the president. Now, Mulvaney is a former congressman from South Carolina. He also called on the FBI to explain what evidence they had to suggest that these documents were at imminent risk of being concealed or destroyed. See, it's not just that the documents are there. The raid can't take place. The judge doesn't. You have to have, first of all, the proof But then you'll also have to believe in your heart of hearts that these documents are about to be concealed or destroyed. Now, Trump is spending his summer in New Jersey. He wasn't even there. He isn't there. How would Donald Trump destroy documents if he's not even there? Was there concern that someone else at Mar-a-Lago was maybe preparing to I don't think they've got the evidence that there was any threat of them being concealed or destroyed. If you're a Republican, the reason you're acting the way that you are, is you really do feel like you're not getting fair treatment from your own government. And that's what we're seeing right now. But we'll get our news break and more of your calls ahead at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
A suspect was killed in a gunfire exchange with officers following an hours-long standoff in Cincinnati, Ohio. Officials said the standoff began after the suspect attempted to breach the Cincinnati FBI field office and then led officers on a pursuit.
A gunfire was exchanged between officers on scene and the suspect.
Authorities did not give any indication of a possible motive for the breach, but said the incident is still under investigation. A firefighter battling an Oregon blaze died after he was struck by a tree while he was fighting the Big Swamp Fire. The U.S. Forest Service has confirmed the fire, which broke out August 1st, is 0% contained. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello to our trash hauler friend Steve. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Oh, yes, it's finally Friday. Hot cup of coffee in hand. Time to head into town to haul the trash. Hey, we are looking forward to a nice weekend full of rest. And with the weather forecast looking like it does, I got a feeling we're going to spend quite a bit of time outdoors this weekend. Everybody enjoy the day, the weekend, and we'll catch up again soon. Thank you, Steve. And there's Truck and Phil, right on schedule. Morning, Steve, in the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Friday. Okay, now it's time for the beautiful, full sturgeon moon bright in the sky this morning. Yes, it is. Ready to depart for Sterling Heights. Make that flip back to Fort Wayne. There you go. Have a great day, Truck and Phil. Thank you so much. Gilligan, I believe, has a traffic report. What's going on, Gilligan?
I-81 northbound in Virginia is closed at the 162. They're routing everybody off. They're right now getting off the exit. There is no backup. They're putting this back on up here. I'm figuring that, well, it's the 167. There's only one ramp. It's a get-on ramp. Where the old 167 they blocked off last year or two, but there's still one get-on ramp.
Okay.
Don't make much sense, but we got one get-on ramp for 167 and nothing else anymore. But yeah, it's an accident there just north of the 162 exit. But if it starts backing up, people can get off at the 156, bottom of the ramp, make a right. It'll go take you down to Route 11. Make a left on 11. 11 will go right up through and pass under 81 at the 167. So, yeah. But right now, there's not a real problem. Things are flowing pretty good, considering it's a 25-mile-an-hour zone through Buchanan. But as the morning progresses, of course, the traffic will be getting worse.
Yeah, the longer it's closed, I guess if they can get it cleared up ASAP, be all right.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Well, oh, by the way, our beloved GMA Enterprises investigative reporter has a new report. He's been out to Albuquerque, and this right wing nut, not only is he's not drinking bourbon, he's drinking Russian vodka and smoking Cuban cigars.
Yeah.
So watch what you hear from him. Yeah. All right, Steve. Well, thank you for having me back. And I hope everybody has a fun, safe weekend, and hope to talk to you next week.
In other words, it's probably all Russian disinformation from the right-wing nut. Yeah, Gilligan. Gilligan's, he's up. Did he say he's eating his Reese Cups this morning? I don't know. Reese Cups good for you or bad for you? I mentioned, it seems like every week there's something that comes out and says, all right, coffee's good for you. Oh, coffee's bad for you, right? Is it good or bad? Well, one beer a day is not bad for you. Yeah, one glass of wine is actually healthy for you. You hear all these different things. It's good for you or it's going to kill you. I just don't know what to believe. Well, the University of Michigan has come out with I guess this is probably the most in-depth breakdown of what's good to eat and bad to eat. The top 5 worst foods that are going to shorten your life expectancy. Every bite you eat may add or knock off minutes or even years from your life, according to the research. Now, science has always shown an unhealthy diet has a highly unfavorable impact on us, right? Sometimes even contributing to deadly disease. You think the worst on the list is here? According to this breakdown, hot dogs, one of the worst things you can eat. A hot dog shortens your lifespan by, according to this, 36 minutes? Are you kidding me? What if I eat a hot dog a day? One hot dog, 36 minutes off your life. University of Michigan. All right, some of the worst and best foods for adding or removing time from your lifespan. You know, day to day, we don't think about how individual food choices may impact how long we're going to be around on this planet. So the experts at the University of Michigan calculated the health burden of different foods. They say this is the first. They are the first to put what they call a concrete score on your favorite snacks. A portion of nuts, they're good for you. Nuts can add almost 26 minutes to your life. Eat those nuts. But every hot dog shortens your lifespan, as I said, by 36 minutes. How about a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Apparently, that's very good for you. A peanut butter and jam sandwich gives you more than a half hour of extra life. Really? Anyway, published in the journal Nature Food, it's based around healthy life expectancy, the length of time a person has a good quality of life and is disease-free, they say. They calculated the direct influence of some 6,000 various meals, snacks, and drinks. And no, Gilligan Reese Cups, I guess surely they would be in the 6,000, but they didn't make this report. They showed that if someone who eats beef and processed meats like bacon, if you swap just 10% of your calories for plant-based foods, you could gain an extra 48 minutes of life every day. Yeah, if you do this right, hey, can you live forever? No. So somebody who smokes cigarettes, I've seen varying reports on that. You know, like each cigarette takes away 3 minutes or 5 minutes. I've seen some say, you're losing 10 minutes of life for every cigarette. For crying out loud, I should have been dead 20 years ago. Right? Oh, and if you drink alcohol, add hot dogs. How many hot dogs have I consumed? I've consumed quite a few hot dogs in my lifetime. Worst foods on the list, according to the Telegraph. Hot dog was the worst. One, subtracting 36 minutes from your life. Bacon, number 2, minus 26 minutes from your life. A cheeseburger, minus 8.8 minutes from your life. How about carbonated drinks, fizzy drinks? Each one, minus 12.4 minutes from your life. Yeah, think about this. So, had a BLT for lunch, had a couple of hot dogs for dinner, a cheeseburger, somewhere in between. Man, you're killing yourself. You need to swap that for things like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, because one P&J adds 33 minutes to your life. Baked salmon, each portion adding 13 minutes. Yeah, same with eating a banana, 13 minutes. How about a tomato? A tomato adding 3.8 minutes to your life. Avocados, about 1.5 minutes. They said the purpose of the study was to look at both the impact of the food on health and the environment. Okay. They gave each food kind of a traffic light rating based on whether we should eat more or less of each individual product. Okay. There's your numbers. Who's heading out to the ballpark? Hey, have an extra hot dog this weekend. You know, we only go around once. All right, back after this. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot.
All right, see you, Sam. I'm going to learn how to drive a truck. All right, I'm going to go out on the road. Going to have me a trainer that's going to teach me all the good things, the bad things, you know, how to do it right. Going to make a living as a truck driver. But every time it's your turn to drive, your trainer decides to fall asleep. And that leads us to the trucking student says he deserves a refund after his instructor fell asleep during every one of his training drives rather than offering advice and instruction. I could see it happening. Edward Chaparro was looking to transition from a tow truck driver to driving truck for a living. He paid $5,200 for trucking school, but he says he failed his first test because he didn't get the schooling that he paid for. After going over the written instructions, learning how to park, and getting the hang of maneuvering around the cones, it was time to hit the road with his instructor. The problem, the damn instructor kept falling asleep, he says. Yeah, next thing, I look to my right, he's sleeping. I'm like, hey, you okay? Yeah, he says this happened each of the 4 times he drove with the instructor. And he eventually took a risk by filming the situation while he was driving. Uh-oh, not a smart move. Yeah, he slept all the time that I would be on the road. He'll be sleeping. Anyway, when he took his CDL test, he failed, which he believes has something to do with his sleeping instructor. So instead of paying for another test, he took the footage of the sleeping instructor and went to the school's office. He says, I went up to the bosses, the owners, I showed them the video. They got mad at me. They said I wasn't supposed to be making videos. The next day, he says, his teacher met him in the parking lot and confronted him physically, which eventually led to him getting fired and to Chaparro being kicked out of the school without a refund of his $5,200 tuition. I was staying away, trying to stay away from him. He kept putting his hands on him. He said, so without his CDL or a refund, he says he's in a tough situation now. I mean, I've got a baby, and I have to provide for her. Legally, this is very tricky, according to one legal expert. On the one hand, Edward should not have been videotaping while driving a tractor trailer. On the other hand, the teacher indeed should have been supervising and not sleeping. But a judge would probably side with Edward and conclude it's a breach of contract and they owe him the money to maybe finish at another school. Anyway, the owner of the school said Chaparro was dismissed because of the altercation, not because of the videotape, even though filming while driving is not allowed either. Yeah, it seems like the driving school could have handled that in a better way, if you ask me. Got the official announcement this past day. Hey, remember that big $1 trillion infrastructure bill? Transportation officials announcing yesterday, hey, $2.2 billion for local infrastructure projects, paving the way for new bridges, roads, bike lanes, railways, and ports in scores of communities around the country. The competitive grants more than double the amount awarded the previous year under the same program. Now, this comes from the $1 trillion infrastructure law backed by the president that provided an additional $7.5 billion over 5 years for the grants. What's kind of funny to me is you have a $1 trillion with a T, trillion dollar infrastructure bill, and they're making it sound like a big deal that here's 2.2, that's billion with a B. So there's another $998 billion that was in this bill that ironically is called the infrastructure bill. I mean, not even a drop in the bucket out of the $1 trillion. But Pete Buttigieg is out there touting this. Here we go. These projects are going to help modernize the transportation system. It'll make our communities safer, more affordable, more accessible, And be honest, in this day and age, $2.2 billion, that ain't going far. If memory serves, we need several $1 billion just for the damn Brent Spence Bridge on I-75 crossing the Ohio River between Cincinnati and northern Kentucky. Yeah, $2.2 billion ain't going to go far. All right, other newly announced projects in the Rebuilding American Infrastructure, blah, blah, blah Act, funding for bicycle and pedestrian paths. Oh, that'll help the transportation network, won't it? Texas and Kansas are each receiving about $25 million for hiking and biking trails. Huntington, Alabama's getting $20 million to improve a pedestrian corridor linking downtown to some isolated neighborhoods. Another $20 million to finance a new bike and pedestrian bridge over the Potomac River between Arlington, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. Total of 166 projects around the country will be divvied up this $2.2 billion. That slice of the pie. Okay. That sure as hell ain't much. Coming up here, just a matter of minutes away, stick around, TNCRadio.live. What do we have here on a Friday morning? First, it is latest episode of Mind Your Truckin' Business. Tom, James, Jamie, talking about whether or not is now a good time to start your own fleet. After which it's 2 hours of reverse gear with the maestro himself, Ron Samuels, as he examines the history of popular music. And Tom wanted me to pass the word. Have a fantastic weekend. And by the way, expect more fun announcements from TNCRadio.live coming your way next week. And that'll be here before you know it. And with that, we'll wrap things up here this Friday morning. Thank you for being a part of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. See you back at the midnight hour. Yeah, it's a regular old weekend, so be here Sunday night into Monday morning. And hope you'll join us as well for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dream